Yo, my bad, y'all. My bad. My bad. I fucked up. I know they like, yo, what happened? My bad, y'all. I messed up. I told y'all I'm using a new program. All right. I'm using a new program, so I'm getting janked around here. Apologies, apologies. Apologies, Paragon. My bad. Look, new program, new program, new program. I'm learning how to use it, y'all. Don't kill me. You know, so we're gonna look at this show as a test show. My bad. Um, but we learning. We learning. We learning as we go. Apologize again. Nah, my bad, y'all. Let's get right back into it. I'm sorry. Here we go. Yeah, ain't no saint. They trying to shut us down because they know we about to drop some killer information. That's definitely what's going on. Hold on. Hold on. Screen. All right, let's put up our. Boom. That's our disclaimer. Let's read our disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer. Under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976, allowance is made for fair use for the purposes such as criticism, comment, news, reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing nonprofit educational personal use tips and balance in favor of fair. Let's see.
Yo.
We're in the middle of a movie, bro.
I didn't get this chat away. Hell no.
In the heart of the Brazilian wilderness lies a prehistoric rock shelter, decorated with thousands of strange paintings. South American archaeologists are finding unusual human remains. The skulls aren't European, but they aren't American Indian either. They belong to none of the prehistoric races known to have set foot in the New World. These skulls are as old as the Ice Age. So who were these first people to discover the Americas? And what became of them? Did they all disappear? Or did some of them survive? This is Serra da Capivara, a rocky outcrop of cliffs and valleys in a remote corner of northeast Brazil. Local farmers have long known about these rock shelters hidden behind the brush. Shelter walls are decorated with scenes from everyday life. A net to catch deer. A stick to collect honey from a beehive. A hand shielding the eyes. Here, 3 people are helping a pregnant woman give birth. Some of the paintings are harder to interpret. These curious-looking figures are thought to be men in disguise, dancing with women. Other images show human figures with decorated bodies. Some wear masks. They hint at some kind of ritual. No one yet has figured out what these scenes mean. But local farmers claim to know who originally painted them.
Our elders used to tell us they'd been made by Indians, known locally as the Fierce Ones.
Indians were the obvious candidates. Most of the people who live in northeastern Brazil today are descended from European settlers and African slaves. But these ancestral groups arrived in Brazil just 500 years ago. When the Portuguese first discovered Brazil, they found that Indians were already here. And a few of the local villagers are descendants of mixed marriages between Indians, farmers, and slaves. Indians, in fact, had been in America for thousands of years. Scientists today can tell precisely when they arrived and from where. All native peoples in South and North America belong to a racial type known as Mongoloid. They're descended from the ancient peoples of Siberia. During the Ice Age, 12,000 years ago, there was a land bridge between Siberia and Alaska. Mongoloid peoples were the first to enter the New World, or so experts thought. The Brazilian finds point to a very different story of the discovery of the Americas. The paintings on these rock shelters are much older than the Indians. Here, hunters chased giant armadillos, an animal that flourished during the Ice Age, long before the arrival of the Indians. There's a playful feel to many of the scenes. Here, a group of men are standing on each other's shoulders, just like a circus act. And here, a rare romantic moment. The scenes conjure up a lost world of innocence. How long ago was this primeval paradise? French archaeologists have just finished digging in Pedra Furada, the largest of the rock shelters. Their aim was to go back in time to a period well before the arrival of American Indians. Every foot they dug took them thousands of years back into prehistory. When they reached layers 40,000 years old, they found these. Pieces of quartzite that look remarkably like stone tools. The edges on one side of the stones were flaked off. Were these stones shaped into cutting tools by human hands? If so, then the history of the discovery of the Americas would have to be rewritten. But if people had been here before the American Indians, surely there would be other traces of their presence. The archaeologists continued to dig, down to depths 50,000 years old. And then they found this. Fragments of animal bone and charcoal. For Anne-Marie Passy, one of the archaeologists involved in the dig, these fragments were proof of human occupation.
On trouvait des structures.
So what y'all think about that? Hold on, let me get... I'm sorry. Uncle Corey. Y'all can't hear me?
Oh yeah, you wanted us to comment? I didn't know. I didn't know you was ready.
Oh yeah. On that particular part.
The last part I missed the very last part because and I wanted to hear that because they was like they thought they came from from up through Alaska, but it was some different scientific evidence because of the the petroglyphs or whatever was older or whatever. What did they say about that?
Um, well, they found some stuff that was. Am I echoing?
No, I don't got an echo.
Okay. Well, they found some stuff at different levels of strata, right? So the Native Americans that we know of supposedly entered the New World around 15 to 20,000 years ago. Well, they found the skulls and the remains, or human remains and occupation that went back to at least 50,000 years ago, right? And they can tell that it wasn't the Native Americans, the people that we call Native Americans today, right? It wasn't those people. So at least 35,000 years before the Native Americans reached the New World, it was another group that made it here, right? So, when they find in their remains,
what's the path that they took? Do they have that, or do they?
Well, they ain't get into that yet. They didn't get into that yet. So, but they about to talk about that now.
I know. I thought it was interesting because they mentioned those ice age armadillos. You know what I mean? And they had the that's just one point of data, because they put those armadillos on their little drawings, their cave drawings, or they rock paintings or whatever.
Yeah, definitely. So let's get back into it. The Unc must be still driving. All right.
Des structures de feu.
We found structures shaped like hearths.
Alors, à côté du charbon,
next to the charcoal, depending on the period, we sometimes found food leftovers of animals they may have eaten.
D'animaux qui ont pu être consommés.
The Brazilian finds show that the New World was discovered tens of thousands of years earlier than previously believed. Certainly well before the time of the American Indians. But who were these pioneers? A much earlier wave of Mongoloids, or another race altogether? Clues to the identity of the first Americans are emerging in rock shelters in the northeast and southeast of Brazil. Archaeologists there have recently unearthed human remains. Prehistoric skulls were found buried in layers of soil 9 to 12,000 years old. They are the oldest skulls in the Americas. And this is the oldest of them all. The skull of a young woman nicknamed Luthia by scientists. Can she tell us who the first Americans were?
This is interesting.
Walter Neves is a physical anthropologist at Sao Paulo University in Brazil. He's been using a standard and reliable archaeological measure, the shape of the skull, to find out what race she belonged to.
91.
He fully expected Luthia to be a Mongoloid, an ancestor of the American Indians.
9-1.
But then he fed the measurements into the computer.
When we start running the computer and seeing the results, it was amazing because we realized that the statistics, the quantitative analysis we were doing was not showing just people to be Mongoloid. In fact, the analysis was showing just people was anything except Mongoloid.
So who was Luthia? And where did she come from? To find out, the skull was taken to a hospital in Rio de Janeiro to begin the process of reconstructing her face. The first stage was to make a three-dimensional CAT scan of Luthia's skull in order to build a replica. The cast was then given to Richard Neve of the University of Manchester in England, one of the world's leading forensic artists, to recreate her features.
That, to me, is a Negroid face that has all the features that you associate with a Negroid face. The proportions of the face, it doesn't say anything about it being Mongoloid.
Luthia belongs to a race found historically along the rim of the Indian Ocean, in East Africa, in the islands of South Asia, and in Australia and Melanesia. Was this then the face of a first American? Her reconstruction is confirmed by measurements Walter Nevis has taken of all his skulls.
The first reaction was not to believe in it. But as the results, repeated so many times, and the result is exactly the same thing. They are very similar to nowadays Aborigines and Africans, and no similarity at all with Mongoloids in Asia or with American Indians.
But how could Luthia be African and Australian? According to Walter Nevis, there's a very simple explanation. Luthia is a bit of both. The first humans originated in Africa. It's known that around 100,000 years ago, waves of people migrated out of Africa. One such wave went east, and 60,000 years ago, it reached Australia. Luthia, it seems, belonged to a race of humans descended from Africans, a race that eventually became today's Australian Aborigines. But if the first people to enter the New World were the ancestors of present-day Aborigines, how could they possibly have reached the Americas? Australia and Southeast Asia are on the other side of the Pacific Ocean, more than 8,000 miles away from South America. It's true that during the Ice Age, there was a land bridge between Siberia and Alaska. In theory, the ancestors of the Aborigines could have migrated north and crossed over into Alaska. but they wouldn't have made it very far. A permanent mass of ice sat on Canada for thousands of years. That wall of ice would have blocked the way into America to both animals and humans. But could there have been another route to South America?
Il faut considérer toutes les probabilités.
One has to consider all the probabilities.
Traverser
It's much simpler to cross the ocean than to adapt to the cold of the North Pole. After all, you do need to develop a fairly sophisticated technology to survive in the cold.
But did the ancestors of the Aborigines have the technology to cross the Pacific? These are the Tiwi people, an Aborigine clan living on Bathurst Island, just off the northern coast of Australia. As far back as they can remember, their way of life has always revolved around the sea. And in these shallow tropical waters, the old-fashioned spear is still the best tool to catch crabs. But the Tiwis are very much the exception. Most Aborigines live on the mainland and have no seafaring heritage.
Hey, Corey and anytime y'all want to chime in, just raise your hand.
All right.
Y'all good so far?
Huh?
Y'all good so far?
Yeah, I'm good so far. Who the hell is that right there?
Where?
Right there on the left hand, right hand side. That's a bird and a man?
Yeah. Yep. Right. So what do you think about the different strata where, you know, they dug down and found not human remains, but human occupation at 50,000 years ago?
Oh, yeah, I'm with that.
Okay.
Kinda, I gotta read the report on it. See what it is. I think that's about that.
Yeah, well,
what's the name of the fossil they found? Did they name it Nia? That's a different one, because I wasn't listening.
Luzia or something like that.
Oh, that's Luzia?
Luzia, yeah. Luthia. My bad, Luthia.
Luthia? No, Luzia. L-U-Z-I something. You say Luthia?
Luthia.
You sure? All right.
Yeah. It's crazy. It definitely had a Z in it, but they pronounced it Luthia.
Oh, I've been fucking the lady name up for years. Dang.
Yep. All right. Hey. What was interesting too is they said they was that they were African.
Okay.
Did you hear that?
Oh, you mean when they first go and talk to me?
Yeah, they were saying that, you know, how could they be if the Native Americans was of Asian stock, right? Coming from the Bering Strait and out of Siberia and whatever, they saying how could this group, you know what I mean, be other than, right? And then when they did the chronology, right?
Right.
that they found that the motherfuckers had Negroid skulls.
Oh
And then
yeah. That's called convergent evolution. But go ahead. Okay, they're gonna finish it off. That's where
yeah,
everybody jumped off the bus.
yeah, but if you was listening, they said that human being is indigenous to Africa, Asia. Well, they was more specific. They said East Africa, right? Asia, Australia, right? And those islands in between. And they said they're both African and Asian. He said they were more likely a part of that first migration or early migration of Africans that left Africa and went on that journey and then somehow ended up in America. All right.
But what about the Aborigines' very earliest ancestors? Might they have been able to navigate? Curiously, the best clues to the culture of the first Australians are to be found far away from the coasts. This is the Kimberley, a forbidding rock desert on the northern tip of Western Australia. Today, the place is uninhabited. But during the Ice Age, 20 to 50,000 years ago, these were hunting grounds for the first Aborigines. Walsh, an Australian rock art specialist, has devoted his life to finding and recording their earliest traditions. The area is surrounded by rock shelters, many of them decorated with images painted tens of thousands of years ago. In one rock shelter, Graham Walsh has discovered a painting that is about to rewrite the history of seafaring. It's the oldest painting of a boat anywhere in the world.
The people in the boat have got very distinctive headdresses on. And they're associated with a type of figures that we call simple northern figures that are found in this area of the North Kimberley here. They're associated with war scenes, battle scenes where they're not using spear throwers, and so we can date that type of figure by the type of technology that they're depicted with. And it's very ancient because the spear throwers, we've dated paintings with spear throwers on as predating 17,000 years. And that's a minimum figure. I think it will go back much, much older than that, up to 50,000 years ago.
What's remarkable is that the boat seems to have been designed with a very specific purpose in mind.
You can see by the type of watercraft with the high prow on it, it appears by watercraft experts, they tell me it's an ocean-going type craft with this high nose. There's no need for all the sort of high prows and that in still water. So you're looking at some sort of craft that's been used for the open sea.
In this remote rock shelter is the first indication that the ancestors of the Aborigines did indeed have the technology to sail, and perhaps even to navigate the oceans. But why would they have wanted to cross the Pacific? The vastness of the ocean was surely a deterrent. More and more, scientists are convinced that the very first ocean crossings may have happened by accident. It's not such a far-fetched idea.
Il y a, je sais, il y a 3 ans, il y a eu
3 years ago, 5 fishermen, well, only 2 made it out of the original 5, set off in the middle of a storm off Africa. They arrived here in Brazil. They decided to stay. They didn't want to return to Africa. Sure, it was an adventure, an odyssey, but they made it in just 3 weeks. They survived. And if they survived, others could have done so too.
If the ancestors of the Aborigines did reach South America by chance, they would have been the first people to settle the New World. They would have become the American Aborigines. But if this is what happened, where are their descendants? Why are there none of these American Aborigines in North and South America today? One possibility is that for a long time they lived alone in the continent, leading an idyllic life, free from invaders. After all, the land route from Asia into North America remained firmly blocked for thousands of years. But around 14,000 years ago, the climate began to warm up. The Ice Age was coming to a dramatic end. In Alaska, an ice corridor opened up. Animals took advantage and crossed through.
Can I come in? One more second. Oh, please don't. I'm in a hurry.
Chasing them were Mongoloid hunters. It's well known that around 12,000 years ago, the ancestors of today's American Indians entered the New World. The Mongoloids moved swiftly, colonizing North and South America in just a few thousand years. That's precisely the time frame when scientists believe the American Aborigines begin to disappear. Could the Mongoloids have replaced the Aborigines?
I'm trying not to walk around in, I promise. I promise you I ain't. I'll show you how to do it. No, good, you good, good.
This is very clear in South America. All populations I have in my data set from the whole South America, okay, from 7,000 to the present, they're absolutely classic Mongoloid. And everything I have with more than 9,000, okay, is absolutely non-Mongoloid. So I would say this replacement occurred between 9 and 7,000 years ago.
Rock art experts have been studying the Brazilian paintings for clues about how that replacement might have happened. Here may be an explanation for how the American Aborigines became extinct. This scene shows several men in midair. They look as if they're flying. At first, scientists assumed they reflected the playful lifestyle of the American Aborigines. But computers can shed new light. Images can be digitally removed and then reintroduced one at a time. The happy flying figures turn out to be just one figure, a warrior leaping through the air to spear an enemy.
A interpretação original dessa cena era uma cena de harmonia.
At first, we thought this was a scene of harmony, with various figures flying through the air. Now we no longer see it as a scene of harmony, but as a scene of violence.
Suddenly, the meaning of the other enigmatic scenes becomes clear. This is another act of aggression. And this, perhaps, an execution. Were the Mongoloids at war with the Aborigines? Tellingly, these scenes only begin to appear after the arrival of the Mongoloids.
Jusqu'à 9000 ans, on n'en trouve pas une.
Until 9,000 years ago, we don't find a single scene of violence, and this coincides with finds which show an increase in population.
Ça coïncide. On peut pas tirer des conclusions.
We can't draw any conclusions, but there is an increase in small tribes,
Des petits groupes.
and violence becomes very
Et la
important.
violence commence à devenir très important.
Conquest by the Mongoloids would explain why there are no Aborigines in the Americas today. They were wiped out.
Yeah, you gotta freeze that, chef. Freeze that.
But persecuted peoples
Freeze that. Yeah.
Hey, chef, let my other dude in.
Hey, the two cradle theory. That's the two cradle theory right there. It was chilling, and then some lighter people came and murdered them all up. All right, I'm chilling right there.
often avoid extinction, either through intermarriage with the invader or by escaping into the wilderness. Could some American Aborigines have survived in a remote corner of the New World? At the southernmost end of the continent lies Tierra del Fuego, a group of islands isolated from the mainland by the Strait of Magellan. The oldest skull found in this part of the world is 9,000 years old. It too was measured by Walter Nevis.
91. This skull also shows a strong similarity with Australians and no similarity at all with nowadays Indians or Mongoloids. Okay, so even in the extreme southern cone of the Americas, okay, was inhabited by these people that has nothing to do with Mongoloids.
It seems that some tribes of American Aborigines may have escaped, finding sanctuary here at the far end of South America. So what became of them? Where are their descendants? When the first Europeans explored Tierra del Fuego, they encountered bands of hunters and gatherers, the Fuegians. An Italian ethnographer recorded their way of life in the 1930s. It seemed to hark back to a primordial era. Sisters Cristina and Ursula Calderon are children of those hunters and gatherers. They were born just over 70 years ago in this small village, now abandoned. Could these sisters be actual descendants of Luthia and the American Aborigines? On the face of it, no. Their appearance is not very different from that of other Native Americans. But a more reliable marker of ancestry lies behind the face, the shape of the skull. The local museum houses several skulls of modern Fuegians, recent ancestors of Cristina and Ursula. For the first time, scientists have begun to measure these skulls. As expected, they have found some classic Mongoloid traits, such as flat faces. But they also found unusual features, pronounced ridges over the eyes, a distinctly non-Mongoloid characteristic. Apparently, Fuegians were somehow related to the ancestors of the Australian Aborigines.
We think that Fuegians is the nowadays Fuegians or the historic Fuegians are the result of interbreeding between the non-Mongoloids and the Mongoloids.
It seems that some American Aborigines may have avoided extinction by intermarrying with the Mongoloids 7,000 to 9,000 years ago, and then retreating to Tierra del Fuego, where they lived in isolation until the 20th century. But the Aborigines were originally a race adapted to life in the tropics. How could they have survived in this cold and damp corner of South America? Argentine archaeologists have pitched their tents on the shores of lakes and inlets in search of clues. On this beach, they found mounds of mussel shells.
Una secuencia de valvas que si la miras se está clavando dentro o por debajo.
The oldest layer is 6,000 to 7,000 years old. Is this ancient garbage left behind by American Aborigines? Mounds of shells have been found all over the beach. The mounds are overgrown with grass, but they have a distinctive shape. Each one is built up around a hollow. According to Ernesto Piana, the excavation leader, they're evidence that this sheltered beach was the site of a very ancient settlement.
This kind of round structures, you may see many in this archaeological site in Miwaya, are actually the base of their huts. This was done because people just put some poles around, making a dome, or some like a cone, and live in, throwing the debris, the refuse outside of these round things.
Alongside the very same beaches, similar huts were being built by the Fuegians until just 60 years ago. These huts sheltered the American Aborigines through thousands of winters of wind, rain, and snow. Some tribes wore hides of guanaco, a type of llama, to keep the cold out. But others wandered around virtually naked. How did they cope with the cold? Tierra del Fuego was surrounded by colonies of seals. Seal oil rubbed on the skin offered protection against the cold and damp. It was also especially high in calories. A spoonful a day provided extra resistance to the cold.
We were given spoonfuls of seal oil. That's how I grew up healthy. And I guess that's why I'm still here today. They said it was very good for the kids, but only in winter, not in summer. Because in summer your face comes out in a rash of spots.
The Fuegians also kept fires lit indefinitely, even when they were on the move.
They lit their fires in the canoe.
You better talk in some parts so it don't run too long.
And I'd ask, how come the boat doesn't burn?
Yeah. I said best to talk in some part the way it don't seem too long. That way it seem like commentary. But I just be wondering, like, yo, how they be figuring that shit out? You know what I'm saying? Niggas be like, yo, teaspoon of goddamn little little sea lion. You know what I'm saying? How you right? You know what I'm saying? Just, I'm just joining your skin. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, humans be like, yo, that shit be crazy. And then that little drawing, that looked like dude had his hands tied behind his back, and like dude jumped up in the air to chop his nigga head off. So yeah, that shit was crazy. But I remember this video though. Go ahead, play it. I remember.
Oh, so you seen this?
Yeah.
Okay. Unc, you cool?
Can you hear me, yo?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Share your screen. Yeah, come up.
Yeah, I'm gonna share my screen real quick, real fast, before you go on. I'm gonna show y'all something. Can y'all see it? Or we can't?
Hold on.
Yeah, you got this thing. I'm gonna just hold. Yeah, I ain't gonna be able to see it. Go ahead. I'll bring it up after that. Go ahead. Finish that.
I mean, if you was ready, you could go ahead.
All right. Yeah, hold that. I want y'all to. Yeah, I can't see it. Why is it doing that? You got the screen shown?
Mm-hmm.
Huh. I don't know why it's doing that. What's the dead something? See one more time. Man.
Yeah. And we'll be back after these commercial messages.
Yeah, after commercial messages. Yeah, why they showing, yo? Dang. Huh. Okay.
You trying to share an article or something?
Yeah, I was trying to show the article to show the migration routes and the mutations so y'all could kind of see what actually, you know what I'm
saying? Ross mentioned that video was pseudo. It was pseudo. It was the first, you know what I mean? Like it was just the first of the
Nah. Nah, that video ain't shoot. That's a good video. People just misconstrued the tens of thousands of years migrating from Africa. They ain't, I don't know why I want to hear that part. With tens of thousands of years of due to you that, but I can't. Ouch. You feel me?
What is going to do to
didn't he go back and go over the DNA and made a correction from this video?
Yeah, well, nah. I mean, if you read it, yeah, at first they was thinking just straight African, then they had to reboot it. Yeah. And then they kind of showed the migration route and all that.
Yeah, because I can remember when, I remember when the thinking, it was all about Clovis Point. I remember that. Like, that was an odd time before they pushed them dates back, because it was like 15,000. Everything was about Clovis Point, these Clovis Point arrows, and then once those other finds started coming up, they was like, okay, we got to trash that. We got to push that back further. That's when they start using the term Paleo American and shit. I remember.
Yeah, that's the new finds came in. People got extra happy with Lucia.
Yeah.
All measurements, they got super happy, and then they just killed
you. Yeah, they was like Van Sertima
winning.
When they had Lucia Negroid, like, ooh.
Yeah, boy, it was over with. Ooh. Yeah, it was over with. I can't believe I can't get that. That's crazy, yo. Dang. All right, go ahead. Go ahead, Chef. I say that. I don't know why my screen. Can I say anything? Let me see. Dang.
Look, we moving on, yo.
Yeah, move on.
We'll figure that out later.
Yeah.
No, the fires were lit on a layer of damp grass. So long as the fire is small, the canoe doesn't catch fire.
Isolated from the rest of the continent, the descendants of the American Aborigines preserved their way of life for thousands of years. But there's something else. They appear to have also kept alive their rituals. The 1930s expeditions recorded secret initiation ceremonies. Before boys could be led into the secrets of the tribe, they had to face up to spooks and spirits. According to the ethnographic reports, boys and women believed the ghosts were real. Could such rituals help decipher the enigmatic scenes on the Brazilian rock shelters? The dancing spooks, with their masks and stripes, are strangely familiar. Tribal wisdom taught to the Fuegian initiates was secret. It was only revealed to men. Women were kept in the dark. Any speculation about it was, and still is, strictly taboo.
They said it was a very secret ritual. That's why we never talked about it. Only the men were supposed to know about it.
What was so secret that it had to be kept from the women? Some of the chiefs, according to ethnographers, explain that there was a time in a very distant past when women ruled society. So the women must never know, lest the men lose their grip on power. Perhaps this story was brought into the New World by the American Aborigines, because similar legends have been recorded amongst Aborigine tribes in Australia. Amazingly, traditions of the first peoples of Australia appear to have been preserved here at the utmost end of the earth by a small band of their descendants. But after surviving 50,000 years, the memory of those traditions is now at risk of being lost forever. The arrival of white settlers in the late 19th century pushed the native people of Tierra del Fuego to the brink of extinction. The guanaco was one of the main sources of food. But when European settlers arrived, they saw a land ideally suited for something else. Gradually, the guanaco hunting grounds were transformed into vast sheep stations. It seems that the Fuegians thought they could simply switch to hunting sheep. It was a tragic mistake. European landlords thought nothing of killing poachers in cold blood. Christian missionaries tried their best to help the natives adapt to the changing circumstances. Women and children were brought to the missions to be clothed and educated. But this only made matters worse, as the Fuegians came into contact with European diseases for the first time.
There was a virulent disease, and many died from that. A few survived, but then came a stomach illness, and many more died. Many babies and adults. I was ill too, but I pulled through.
The deaths eventually decimated the villages. Years ago, Christina and Ursula had to abandon the village where they grew up and move into a white settlement. They return occasionally to visit the graves of their family. Christina and Ursula are now the last surviving link to the culture of the pioneering Aborigines who first discovered the Americas. For they are two of only a few full-blooded Fuegians left alive. Their children are the offspring of mixed marriages. Just as it did 9,000 years ago, intermarriage, this time with Europeans, may save something of the American Aboriginal culture from complete extinction. The Fuegians' ancestors had set off from the other side of the world. Their arrival in Tierra del Fuego was the culmination of an epic journey across ocean and continent. They were the first to discover the Americas. "50,000 years later, their descendants have dwindled to a handful of survivors. But who knows? Perhaps the Fuegians were not the only Aborigines to survive the arrival of the Mongoloids. Maybe another tribe of long-lost American Aborigines is awaiting discovery in some remote corner of the Brazilian jungle.
Yeah.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, you never got the remote? I mean,
I think Pan-African design, you might butcher this video up. I want to hear his interpretation. Yeah, I don't know if we can share, man, with thank everybody for pulling up to the show, man. If you ain't subscribed yet, subscribe. Man, we got 93 people watching, 23 likes. Come on, fam. Man, hit that like button, man.
That's crazy.
Well, what happened?
That's crazy. In Pan-African design voice, that's crazy.
Well, what's crazy?
I like it to be like, I can't believe you guys don't know this.
It's the chronology all messed up. See, I study chronology.
He be so disappointed in niggas. Like.
He be disappointed in niggas big time, yo.
Oh, this is just ridiculous.
We gotta do better by Pan-African, yo. We be disappointing him. He be like, that's crazy. That's crazy. See, I deal with chronology. That's my motherfucking man. If I ever meet Pan-African, I'm buying you a drink. First thing I'm gonna do is buy you a drink, bro. You like, that's crazy.
Hey, I jump in, Pan-African design, jump in, man, and get a breakdown the video for the family, man. Tell them for what they just witnessed.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm trying. I can't believe I can't see my shit. Dang.
Just send it to me or something. I don't.
Oh, that's crazy, yo. That's crazy.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that should be funny as shit, yo. We'll try it again. There you go. All right, Lazia, right? That's the lady, correct?
Yeah, she was 100% Amerindian when they did the DNA.
Yeah, the DNA killed it out. But,
yeah, I was reading it while the video was
Oh, okay. I was about to say, yeah, it kind of. Yeah, but that didn't stop her from looking the way she was looking either.
That could have been genetic drift, it said.
Yep.
And when they tested other people from that region, other women from that region, their cranial and facial measurements fell into the same the data measured out damn near the same. So, you know, that's just their morphology in that region. It's crazy.
Yeah, right here. You see it? Her facial features include narrow oval cranium, projecting face and pronounced chin, strikingly dissimilar to most Native Americans and the indigenous upbringing forebear. Anthropologists variously describe Luzia's features as resembling those of indigenous Australians, Malaysians, and Negrito of South Asia. Walter Neves, that's an anthropologist. An anthropologist at the University of Sao Paulo suggested that Luzia's features most strongly resemble those of Australian Aboriginal people. Neves and other Brazilian, Australian anthropologists theorized that Luzia's Paleo-Indian predecessors lived in Southeast Asia for tens and thousands of years after migrating from Africa and began arriving in the New World as early as 15,000 years. The oldest confirmed date for the archaeological site in the Americas is 1850, 18,500 to 14,500 BP. Montreal Verdun site in southern Chile. Y'all gotta look that up. Some anthropologists have hypothesized that the population from coastal East Asia migrated in boats along the Kurile Island chain. All right, the Bering Coast and down the west coast of the Americas during the decline of the last glacial maximus. All right, let me show you the pictures real quick. See if I can get to it.
Hey, is the Olmecs related to these people?
No. Nope. I haven't heard anybody, put that up together. That's the Olmecs is around 12,000 BCE. They're in a whole different portion.
So they Mongoloids? They Mongoloids, the Olmecs?
Nah, all they found was stone things. I don't think they found no thing to measure like that. I just never heard people make that connection. That don't mean it can't. Where's the daggone? Damn. Okay. That is crazy.
Yeah, they don't got no burials, nothing like that, no bodies.
Right. Nah, that is crazy.
I think it goes back. I don't even think it goes back 4,000. I think it's like 1,500 BC.
For what? For the Olmecs?
Yeah.
1,200. 1,200.
1,200, yeah.
Yeah, so what you saying? They was over there before that.
So the Olmecs is older than the Mayans and Aztecs?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
I don't know if they older though. They might have just had a civilization first.
Nah, they old. They older. Look it up. That's the oldest civilization in Mesoamerica.
Yeah.
Right. Don't they say get their calendar from the Olmecs? Right.
No, I get. That's what I said. I think. Yeah. That's what I said. Civilization. But not. I think. You know what I mean? I don't know if the people are older. You feel me?
Oh. Well, the ones they call the Olmecs predate the Mayans and the Aztecs. Does that sound better?
Yeah,
as far as civilization goes.
Yeah, but them dudes most likely would have been Paleo Mongoloid just like the rest of them.
Peace, everybody. This brother James. Let me put my
brother James.
What do you think about the video, James?
I already viewed that video. That's just their hypothesis. Just like everybody else has one. I think it's closer to being more truthful than a lot of other people. It's kind of like in line with Van Sertima, except he's saying they came from the Atlantic and they're saying that they came from the Pacific. But they're both hypotheses that they really can't prove. You know what I mean? But they both on point as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, some probably did, some did come from the Pacific. You can find some in the market, especially in the western coast over there too. You know what I'm saying, related to them people. But them other people are related. They are related anyway. You know what I'm saying, in certain aspects.
I got it. Look at the map.
And then too, you had a more recent Polynesian migration, especially when you go into the Eastern Islands. Them was Polynesian people that built them Eastern Island heads over there, by Peru and
Y'all,
shit.
can y'all see the map?
Yeah.
All right, here you go. All right, y'all see the different migration points out of Africa. All right. You see that purple, right?
Yeah.
They go to them islands Gullah was just talking about, hitting them islands. Now, do you know they thinking maybe they went, see one? They thinking maybe they could have came from them islands and sailed over there because the Polynesians is great sailors, though. Yeah. But, I mean, but that's basically this prevailing thought right here.
Yeah, but this map ain't correct, because they're not putting that link from those islands to the Americas. You see, they stop it right there. They're using the land bridge theory on this map.
Nah, they're using the most likely right now. They ain't gonna jump out the window.
Yeah, this just that map though. It's other maps though too, James.
Right. I'm just saying this map that he's showing stops them up in the islands. They don't put the connection. See how you can see where they're showing? They're showing it's going across the land bridge. They're not connecting those islands as part of the Americas. They're just using them for the islands, like on Papua New Guinea, Hawaii, and so forth.
Yeah, but you see the other blue line though, showing it hopping around the edge. Yeah. That's what they're talking about, them caves along the side, like they were hopping along the sides.
Dotted line. See the dotted line migration here, like they could have had went down the coastline. Boom, 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 boom. See that dotted line.
And then too, it's a connection. It's a connection with the Americas and the islands with the sweet potato too. You know what I'm saying? It's moving the sweet potatoes and certain crops and shit.
130, 150. Yeah, they don't. Yeah, but look, it's the best they got right now. So stay tuned.
Yeah. I'm just saying that's because that's the model that they had gave us at first, but you got different people trying to reconstruct, what they think might possibly happen. So that video that the chef just showed, they're just showing another way that it could have possibly happened. You see what I'm saying? That's not the popular consensus that they use. They've always told us that they came across that land bridge from Alaska and Russia, then came down. But those people in that video was coming up with a new possible theory, just like Van Sertima was.
Check this out. This from this article right here. Pre-Columbian transatlantic contact. A lot of theory, a lot of these are theories, but the closest thing like that's a reality that they got a connection with these Polynesian, Melanesians and shit.
Yeah, I would agree with that theory more than the old theory.
Right here, they got a whole section about the Polynesian, Melanesian, Austronesian connection. And that's what I was talking about. It's a whole article. They talk about the sweet potato cultivation in Polynesia. And they talk about the connections with that. With the
see, Americans. Yeah, then that's a different map right there, right?
Yeah.
That you have. Yeah, see that map right there is showing what that video was saying, that they came that way.
Yeah, because the sweet potato species that's in the Polynesians, have some type of roots from South America.
Okay, so when you look at the lookership on it, and you look at the Polynesian, you look at the Australian, you look at the Hawaiian, they all look similar with wide noses, just like the Olmec, right?
Yeah, that's just being in tropical regions though. You
Yeah,
know what I'm saying?
right. We know why that we have broad noses because of the trial. But I'm just saying, if you look at those people, they all have similar phenotypical features.
And
So,
even here it say
so
it's a linguistic connection with the sweet potatoes too, with their words and shit.
oh,
You know what I'm
really?
saying? Yeah, right here. You see it?
Yeah, I see it. Says Dutch linguist and specialist in what is that? American
Yeah.
languages. William, whatever his name is, and Planter, whatever his name is, have suggested that the word for sweet potato is shared by Polynesians languages and languages in South America. Yeah, that's interesting. See that. So that's what I'm saying. A lot of these puzzles is not just a genetic puzzle; it's linguistics, it's actual lookership. It's a whole bunch of things that you got to put to compile history. You just can't use one thing.
Yeah, and then too, the Polynesians they a mix of people too. They mix with like the
Right.
they mix with the Mongoloid people that split off from that became the Native Americans anyway. But when they took that south coast to them islands, they start island jumping. They start mixing with some of the Melanese or the Papua New Guinean type people on their way. You know what I'm saying? On their way to the different islands and shit, and started intermingling and shit with them people that was already there.
Right, yeah, you ain't gonna get no argument from me on that. I mean, that's pretty. That video. I mean, they don't have any DNA like evidence yet
No, ain't
on
nobody.
this.
Ain't
Yeah,
nobody.
they got a whole wiki article. Look up the genetic history of Southeast Asia.
Oh
They
no, you're
got
talking about the old Max.
oh no,
No,
not the
I'm
old.
not talking about going back as far as the Olmec. I'm
No,
talking about the
it's just
genetic link
speculation.
from those
Yeah.
islands going on to the Americas. Do they have some type of genetic link showing? Yet, I'm not sure if they've done that study yet. I didn't hear that off in that video.
I mean,
Yeah, I think it was old. Yeah, but
hold on. I think I got an
They
article
just
up
did
about something like
cranial
this.
in that video. They didn't do any genetic work.
I watched that video. I watched it 7, 8 years ago.
Yeah, me too. So I was familiar with it.
It could have been old when I don't know how old it was when I watched it. You know what I'm saying? Like, shit. But yeah, they done got. You know, what I mean, they done did a lot since then.
And let me put a video. Maybe y'all might be interested in the back chat. I don't know if y'all seen that. Something for later on. Y'all, have y'all ever seen the Great Pyramid K19?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, y'all need to check that out. I think that would be interesting for people like us.
Where's it at?
I'm going to put it in the back chat.
Yeah, but tell me where's that though? Where's that location? Where's it at?
Huh?
Just the location. Where's it at?
It's in Kemet. K19. Yeah, but they did a pretty good video in 2019 on what they theory of how things worked, and they really was trying to break down how the pyramids was built, which nobody really knows. But like I said, these people are just guessing like everybody else. So it's just interesting to see what their hypothesis is.
Hold on. I got an article that they do got some type of genetic connection. Hold on, let me show y'all this.
Okay,
It's an article I have. Yeah,
that's what
right
I'd
here.
be interested in seeing what is genetically.
Oh,
but I put that link in the back chat for y'all to check out later on. Some of y'all might have seen it, but if you haven't seen it, I think that is a great video to see because they deal with the mathematics, they deal with everything. They tell us how rulers came into existence.
Yeah, here we go.
They use the royal finger, the royal foot, the royal arm. It's crazy, and they changed that to centimeters and so forth later on in history.
Y'all see that? Y'all can check this article out.
Yeah, DNA reveals Native American presence in what is that? Polynesia, centuries before European arrived. Okay, yeah. Put that in the back chat. What is this one? National Geographic?
Yeah, National Geographic.
Okay.
It's a movie. I looked it up. I'm like, I'm seeing this movie. I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. But that's what it was.
Like, you see what I'm talking about, bro?
It's a movie. I ain't seen it yet. I ain't seen it yet.
Check that out. We're gonna have a discussion about that.
Is it a documentary, like a serious documentary?
Yeah, it's like a docu movie. I don't know how to pronounce it or whatever, but it's gonna be something you're gonna really appreciate when you watch it.
They ain't adding no spin to it.
Well, everybody does that. You know what I mean?
No, I mean without evidence.
Yeah, no. It's evidence based. You know, and they really challenge a lot of the Egyptologists from back in the day. So you will see a lot of stuff that they're changing and trying to, you know, because the dating systems and all of that is in question as far as like how old certain structures are and so forth. But yeah, check that out, man. I'm telling you, you're gonna like it. Anybody that's in this particular type of interest of study, that's one of the best videos I've seen, and I've watched many.
What date they're trying to get a pyramid in the video?
Well, they really trying to give Africans credit for it. They're not. That's one of the things that was interesting about it. But they do it with evidence.
I'm saying, so like, trying to say it's way older than the Great Pyramid, or?
No, I don't think they're saying that it's older. What do you mean? What's older than the Great Pyramid?
You said K-19 is a pyramid, right?
No, and that's just the name of the docuseries. I mean, the documentary or whatever the movie. That was the year that they released it, 2019. Okay. So I think that's what the 19 has to do with.
I thought you were saying the K-19 like with the name of the pyramid. That's why I was looking. All right, for sure.
No, K-19 is it's K 2019. It says the movie Great Pyramids K 2019. It says and this is by some Persian or Arab guy, but he actually, you know, to my surprise, gave the credit to who it was supposed to have been given to, and they also go through, you know, all of the racism that's been dealing with this history for so long. Like, I would like for y'all to maybe just even view a part like what Chef just showed, but I wanted to do something maybe with how they did the rulers, you know, how they discovered power way before the Europeans and such, some of that evidence. But I need to find the actual part.
Song like
hey, he was gonna find his way to Egypt.
Yeah, that's something like that Graham Hancock boy there. Yeah, so it's probably along the lines of Graham Hancock work.
I'm right here.
Yeah, Chef.
Chef, he didn't cross the Pacific to Egypt.
Well, we already know. I mean, I'm not in disagreement with that video you just showed, so that ain't no argument with me. I mean, I think that's pretty accurate. But like, even with the brother, and see, I hate to even bring this up because I know y'all was tripping on him yesterday. But what Asar was saying about the helical rising, it's something off in this video about that too, and how they lined everything up. So I mean, I'm telling you, brother, this is a very interesting. I was just watching it last night. I probably watched about 2 hours before I fell asleep. But I want to get y'all to how they came up with measurement.
I guarantee I already got a feeling so Grant. It's going to be around based on Grant Hancock's work, or not necessarily based on it, but kind of the same type of theory. Let's see what you got, Pan-African Design.
Go right. Where's Chef at?
It's a movie.
If you go right to the 45-minute mark, I think that would be pretty good, and we won't have to watch the whole thing. This is just a little teaser.
45-minute mark or what?
Of that video I just shared in the chat. Probably maybe I want to see if we go to 43.
Pyramid K-19. The fact that they titled the movie though, suspect of each other.
Right, but what is it about though? Did you watch it?
Yeah, I've watched it several times. I just watched it again last night though.
So what's the overall, like, the bottom line point of
the bottom line of it is they're trying to figure out how did these people build the pyramids, and they're giving you different through history, they're telling you what other people's hypothesis was, and then they're showing you what their hypothesis was, and then you pretty much have to make a decision on what do you think is the truth, basically. But that's all this is. Like I said, these people are guessing, just like we do on this show every day.
So like scientists already know how they built the pyramid?
Well, in this video, they saying they built it with concrete, like some type of concrete mixture. And then I'm telling you, when you watch it, it makes sense because you like, how else could they do this? Because they're doing this with some type of stones that's harder than steel. So how can they cut something harder than steel? You see what I'm saying? But they're saying they use solar energy to melt these particular hard rocks off into what you call it. So it's, like I say, it's interesting. But if you go like to the 43 to 45
Yeah,
minutes,
they used to do that on Ancient Aliens. But that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm
no. They just those people that trying to say that aliens.
It's certain glyphs that they got them actually like pulling the stones and shit and showing like kind of how they making it. It's certain, I forgot a fact, but there's certain glyphs actually showing them doing it.
No, this video right here definitely is trying to get it up out of the aliens' hands. They're putting it solely in the Africans' responsibility of building this. They're saying that they have supreme mathematics, thousands of years before some of the Greeks who have been accredited with this.
Yeah, that sound like Graham Hancock, bro. Like,
definitely.
Yeah, they bring in all type of people's. Like I said, man, click on just if y'all could just watch.
I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna let you rock.
Just play that right there.
It's gonna be good for some pseudo killing.
Yeah. I just want to see what y'all think about this, like the royal cubic foot, and man, that shit was interesting.
I've heard. Yeah, I'm familiar with it. I've heard.
That's like that dude. They say that the Sphinx is older than what it is, but they fail to realize these people that use this stones and shit that in rocks that's old anyway. You know what I'm saying? It's already weathered from the natural elements, so you're gonna get older dates. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah. So probably at the 43-minute mark, Chef, you can start it right there.
All right, let's get it in. Let's get it in, y'all. This is brought to you by Pan-African Designs, and that's crazy. All right, let me get this. I got to do a lot to get this stuff up here on a production tip. Okay, so we're going to go to, what did I name it? Screen share. Boom. All right, so y'all see that on there. Then I'm going to have to go to here. And then I'm going to pin me so y'all can see it. Boom. Everybody see it?
Yeah, we got it.
All right.
Yeah, I see the clip in yours.
And then it went away.
Hey chef, I found out where you got them hats from too, boy. They got some shit, boy. I like their look collection.
Yeah, Chef, it went away. You took it, you put it on your screen.
All right, I'm gonna start it at.
It's showing on your screen. You feel me? Like we can, like you. It's like in your thumbnail when we look at it. It ain't big for us.
It ain't.
Like it look big on a YouTube screen.
Yeah, now it is. But it's just doing it when you start talking. Then it shows the screen. I don't know why that's happening. And see, this is what they're saying. They're saying that they have some type of what is that made of? Granite mix. See, that's what they're saying. They're supposing that instead of them hauling those blocks all the way from Aswan, that they actually use the materials that was actually there on the site. I think brought that up one day.
But let's go back a few years. A little further, when the Egyptians settled on the banks of the Nile. Long before they discovered a numbering system, they started from the simple principle of 1 to 10 by counting their fingers. Then they counted their toes, plus 10, and thereby appropriated the numbering system of 10 by 10 by 10. It is the same system that we use today. After language, numbering is the second thing humanity learned, long before writing. The numbering system by 10 is for humans the first gateway to scientific understanding of the environment. It is a kind of bridge between the primitive mind and intelligence. The Egyptians observed that the year is made of 365 days plus 1. They cut it into 3 seasons, 4 months each, for a total of 12 months. The seasons were called flood, germination, and harvest. Over the years, they observed a strange phenomenon. Each year in summer, on a specific day, July 14th, a star, the brightest, rose with the sun, and a few minutes later, it disappeared into the light. The same day, the Nile flooded the fields. The floods were fertile, essential to life, to produce food. Egyptians deified this star and called it Sopdet, or Septi. It was the star that announced the floods of the Nile. Today, we call it Sirius. This phenomenon is called the Heliacal Rising of Sirius. It was the first day of the Egyptian year, followed by 5 holidays. The Nile brought the essential silt for the crops. It is for this reason that this star was sacred to them. The land was flooded for 3 to 4 consecutive months. Work in the fields stopped, and during this time the Egyptians went up into the hills to be on dry land. Well, it was the start of 3 months of vacation. And it was like that year after year for thousands of years. This episode is hidden and is not explained by Egyptologists. They don't speak at all about floods of the Nile. An innocent mind immediately wonders, but what did they do for 3 or 4 months if they couldn't cultivate the fields? The Egyptians did 3 things during these 3 to 4 months of vacation: observe, measure, and note everything.
Yeah, the ad-lib down here, huh?
As soon as the Nile returned to its bed, a big problem had arisen. Field limits had disappeared. It was then necessary to retrace the limits of the fields of each peasant and start sowing as soon as possible. And they had to be traced correctly to avoid disputes. Therefore, the Egyptians began to draw straight lines, rectangles, squares, diagonals, circles, and triangles with strings and sticks. Everything was noted on papyrus. It was the beginning of geometry. They understood a fundamental function of nature. Everything is divided or assembled in small equal units. This observation will serve them throughout their discoveries. They also needed a unit of measure to properly demarcate the plots. Geometry is good, but after all, you must measure the lines. They considered the king's foot. The length of the king's foot could be used as a standard. This standard would be multiplied and distributed throughout the kingdom. They considered the feet, arms, legs, and elbows of the king, but there was a problem. This unit was not fixed. There would be no problem during his reign, but all the kings were not the same size. The next king would surely want to use his foot or his elbow out of pride. In the hills, waiting for the retreat of the Nile, the Egyptians thought and looked for a solution to the problem. This unit of measurement would have to have a fixed length in time, if possible, never change. They observed the size of different plants, fruits, seeds, any object in nature. But all these objects did not have a constant size. For example, if we water a seed well, the following year its size will have changed. And over long distances, small differences quickly became significant. Then, they had the idea to measure water. Yes, fresh water from the Nile. They measured 1 drop and then another. They were all the same size. From the lower Nile to the upper Nile, the drops were the same size. They noticed that the size of the water drop did not change year after year. It's wonderful. The Egyptians found a unique unit. The diameter of the drop of water on a waterproof surface, like granite or alabaster, is constant. It measures 1 centimeter. Today, an incredible video in which you will dive into the heart of the first stage of the Serapeum project. Oola, 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 oola.
Is this true?
So this is the stop M on the diagram.
You can stop it right there.
I don't know if the Egyptians knew the meter or not. I don't.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I just wanted a teaser. I want y'all to check that out, but we can have a discussion about it later. You know what I'm saying? But that guy is using a modern thing to measure, and that shit is 1 centimeter. It's like 10. It's exactly a centimeter. Like, so the stuff that they're talking about, you know, we could discuss that later. But from what I understand, all of this stuff is stuff that they had on papyrus and stuff that they document. But you could watch it. This 3 hours long, bro. So we can't watch the whole thing, but I think it would be something good for people like us to watch, and then we can have a good dialogue about it later on.
Was this about the pyramids in Egypt or in Mesoamerica?
The Great Pyramids.
Huh?
The Great Pyramids of Giza.
Okay. I thought y'all was talking about the pyramids out in Mexico. My fault.
Yeah, but see, they were just talking about how they came up with the universal standard of a centimeter through the droplets of water, and those same measurements are the measurements that we use today. So it's just interesting to see how they did that. Because you have.
I want to see if that's actually true. If she actually has that evidence.
Yeah. Definitely fact check.
I mean, because other societies. Like we can't do the shit that the Egyptians did, right? But everybody around that time was doing that. You know what I mean? Like you go,
everybody.
They was working. Right. I'm talking about in terms of working with stone.
Right, and understand something. And one of the most simplest structures that like it's not mind blowing that people would make pyramids, because one of the most simple structures you can actually make. Even as a child, if you're playing with Legos, is to make a wide base and then as you work your way up, narrow it down and everything else for stability, right? It is the most stable structure you can actually make. You can learn this as a child. So it's not out of pocket that they would think to actually make these type of structures if you're building for height. If you're building for height.
Yo, man, you crazy. You said you can make it as a child.
No.
Right.
You need to do.
No, I said what I said was the concept. I said people understand this concept as a child, as far as the way to build a structure from like in a triangle shape is what I'm talking about. Like they got the ideas from looking at mountains. That's how they got the idea of starting off with a wide base and then making it more narrow as you build up, because they was building it for height.
Yeah. But this right here is some high level mathematics, bro. The Egyptians real high level mathematics going on.
Whoa. So y'all, I thought y'all were talking about Mesoamerica. Y'all jump.
No, James.
Africans then jumped across the Pacific to Egypt.
Yeah, so y'all gonna blame it on me. I'm finna get up out of here. Y'all finna blame.
You know, you chill out. You good?
I just wanted y'all to check that out so we can have something for later. We can get back on the Mesoamerica thing.
We.
That's right.
I ain't gonna yell. I'm saying they don't got no pyramids in Mesoamerica.
Nobody said that.
They definitely not the same thing. They definitely not the same structures. They wasn't even built the same.
Yeah,
it's not a pyramid, but even the form is pyramidal in shape and form.
Yeah.
Right. But a pyramid is actually a mathematical, shape. Exactly.
Because like people will say, like, well, the Egyptians didn't drag them stones, but when you look at all them other ancient cultures, like they're moving stone hundreds of miles away, bro.
No, the Egyptians was bringing stone all the way from the south.
No, y'all fucking up. I just remember I did that debate. The stone quarry was right there. These niggas was smart.
Yeah.
No, they had several quarries.
I was talking about Mesoamerica, like them Olmec heads come from a whole different different region.
Oh yeah, that ain't no complicated shit once you figure it out. I seen the motherfucker do it. It wasn't as hard as you thought it was.
Right. I was about to say, because they was doing that all around the world. Humans been moving large stones and stuff.
Moving it, cutting it, shaping it, forming it in animals, like whatever. People,
Yeah, that ain't just. Yeah, but the pyramids is a level. It surely fuck is. It's different. And then some of the alignments that may have occurred with the astronomical bodies. That's slick. That's high level.
No, did y'all see the nigga SETI trying to say that the Olmec, that's where they got that technology from? That shit was crazy.
Listening to SETI? God damn.
No, he got a video talking about the Olmec, bro. I clicked that shit. It lost brain cells.
Yeah, that's the Africans populated the globe type shit.
Oh my God, bro. I clicked it. He talking about that's where they got their technology to build
I'm like, that's what he was talking. He's trying to correlate their pyramids with the Egyptian pyramids.
Yeah, you know what said is good to watch for now, yo, to see how far you come.
Oh, me, exactly. I said that.
Yeah, from where you was, right? Okay, that's where I was. And we can all agree that Seti did a good job where we was. You know what I'm saying?
He was one of the.
Yeah. He good. He good for it, like where I was. You know,
that time frame. For that time frame, he was top tier. Believe it.
Yeah, Seti
he was top tier in 2007 and 2008. Nobody else was on the internet talking about anything.
Nah, that sounds crazy. Now you fucked up.
Okay, who was on the internet in 2007 and 2008?
Him and Unc was in videos.
I'm asking the question. Who was on the internet?
I said me, nigga. He was
he's talking about him. I'm talking about besides you and him. Who else?
There was other people. Sinetta was on back then.
Now Sinetta was outside, and I was like, nigga,
he was outside, yeah.
Outside, I said, yo, you gotta fuck with the blog talk. He's like, what? I said, come on, yo, you late.
Okay, now watch this.
Smash was around too, I think, right?
Nah.
Okay, let me ask you this, in 2007, where was you at? You knew the shit you know right now today? Because you was on some pseudo shit back in 2007.
No.
You had some pseudo is the menu, bro, back then. Because I remember you was on there with what's that brother name from Chicago?
Hey, but keep that's why they fell off. They niggas used to go back and forth on shit.
What was the guy name from Chicago you used to be with? What was his name?
Apple? Who you talking about?
No. The brother from Chicago you used to be on the show with.
Who in Goza?
No. When first came out, he was messing with
Concert?
What's his name?
No,
Concert?
Mickey Love, yo.
Okay, but it was another brother from...
Yo, you remember I had a cable show.
Yeah, but you used to be sitting at a table, and it was the brother from Chicago that was there. What's he? You know who I'm talking about?
Talking about Black Sun. Yo, he wasn't from no dance. I don't know where Black Sun was from. He was in Atlanta though. The show was based out of Atlanta. Black I'm telling you, you want to tell me where I was at?
No. I'm just saying. Who you talking about? That ain't the name that this guy's name is. It was like he had a Hebrew name or something.
Oh no! I was on his show. I came on his show, going back and forth. Hebrew dude.
Yeah, was he from Chicago?
I don't know where he was from. He might have been. I'm not sure where he was from.
What's his name? I can't. Y'all go ahead. I'm gonna see if I can find it.
I can't think of it, but I know Black Sun loaded. Back then on YouTube, you could play videos back and forth and music and shit. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, you could play a song that like people in the chat could go back and forth. You couldn't load it wasn't even that. It was wild. And then before you know it, they gave you could load the videos, and then Black Sun loaded my video. The Hiscos, Children of fucking Israel. That's why I say, yo, man, I've been doing that shit for a while. I fixed all my shit on that motherfucker. So when the niggas start talking about the Hiscos and he making the same mistake I made 15 years ago, I was like, nigga, that's a mistake, nigga. And I know where you got the mistake from. Yeah, but Seti was, y'all remember the Liberation Student? Y'all remember that? Liberation, y'all remember that?
Nah, like they might.
God damn, nigga, I just took y'all. Wow.
You said the what?
I started watching YouTube. I probably started watching shit about 2015.
Oh shit, Chief Liberation, yo. We was on the show. It was me, Seti, and a couple other people.
Is it Blog Talk?
Huh?
Was it Blog Talk? Okay.
Yeah, Blog Talk, yo. Y'all can type it in right now. You gonna catch all of us on there. And one day I beat up Chief, I beat him up. Yeah, on some shit. He killed the whole show. It was wild. I was like, dang. And then that's when Seti was like, yo, I'm going. So about 2009 or 10, Seti was like, come on, yo, let's go. He wanted to do the, start going around speaking. I was like, nigga, I got 3 pills.
kids. I'm not doing that shit. I got babies. I'm like, I ain't going no children's circuit, nigga. I ain't doing it. Because it was like for a little bit of bread. I'm like, I ain't doing that shit. And he you know, he kept doing that. And I just stayed on the radio and built the Nicky Love and Unk show, Conquered by Religion. Niggas remember that? Conquered by Religion, and said he was doing his thing. So he had a thing called the Liberation Union. And me and Ishmael, we used to be the niggas that go to war on motherfuckers. And the shit actually, it kind of went to say here, yo, you can't do shit for niggas. They start thinking they really a general for shit. Blacks used to call me, him, his generals. And so that's where you get, he actually gave Seti his name. His name was just Seti. Blacks was like, y'all my generals. So we was, me and Seti was the generals of Black Sun. Like that. Whenever he got in trouble with information, we'd dive out on niggas. And then it was me and Ish, we'd do all the fights for Seti. Because I was fucking with science back then. Not as heavy as I'm now, but I was moving real heavy in that shit. Interesting, yo. But yeah, Seti, he was good. I learned a lot, right? Learned a lot. Like, I take a lot from everybody, yo, but his stage presence was always real good.
Right.
Said
But when you
he could have been a stand-up.
reconstructing that
He could have been a
history, that's
stand-up comedian.
interesting too. I like how you did that. But like what I come in at, it was just like Seti, you, Nicky Love. This guy's name starts with an H that you used to be with. His name starts with an H. I can remember that.
It's crazy. Seti fucked his whole legacy up with Young Pharaoh, bro. He let Young Pharaoh fuck his
that's true.
legacy up.
But you know what? I think he needed that because Young Pharaoh gave him was the monetization game. That's what he was looking for. Bro,
you can't trade that for your legacy.
Yeah, I'm just saying that's what he. That's what
trade no monetization for your legacy, bro.
Yeah, I agree with that, but I'm just saying that's what he. That's
he
what
trying to go against
Uncle
them, and it all went bad from there. You remember that shit? Well, they supposed to have a debate and all that. It all went bad from there.
Yeah, and goes and beat him up on the street.
We gotta remember that. Yup, and go. That's where it really started.
The evolution debate, yeah.
And Gozy and Usmill beat him up on the street. That's when Young Pharaoh was out there talking.
That's when Young Pharaoh first came around. I think that was the first time he popped up on Side Net. It was that day.
And he was mad because young Marcus had broke him down.
Right.
He just
Young Marcus. I wouldn't mind.
He felt like I remember the video. He felt like they set him up.
Y'all trying to bully Young Marcus. Do y'all want the backstory? Yes or no? Do you want the backstory?
Yeah. Go ahead with it. I'm going mute.
All right, here go the backstory. All right, y'all jump to Pharaoh. Pharaoh, we was doing the evolutionary conference. All right, and real quick, let me go after the outside. I want to go to when men said he stopped fucking with each other. It kind of started outside, right? And I'm gonna give you some on that, but I want to talk about that video I did on Sarnetta. And it's called Brother Fighting Evolution or some shit. And so I'm doing the video, Seti coming in late on high. Shit, you know how nigga is when they off weed, laughing and joking. And so this nigga always, he always wants to be my nigga, which is for me, like, nigga, I don't mind sitting back. Like, I don't mind playing my and it don't matter, yo, but I don't want to fight over the position, right? So I don't have a problem with you being Seti, because I'm going to be no matter what. I'm going to be the God killer, yo, and I'm comfortable in my position. But for him, yo, he got to be the number one nigga and the loudest nigga in the fucking room no matter what. He got to be the one. Okay, not a problem. But nigga, when I'm doing my presentation, yo, what you can't do, you can't offend me, because now I'm on the stage and I'm doing my thing and I'm minding my fucking business and I got all the fucking sources. So that's the wrong time to start that shit. The outside shit was cool because we couldn't pull them sources up. But right there where I was at, you offended me, talking shit, and you'll see I answered the phone. Bang! Answered the phone, and it was Reggie. Reggie said, yo, that nigga trying to get you, yo. He trying to show up. He said, yo, if you let that nigga grandstand on you, you know what I'm saying? He say, niggas will never respect you. I was like, nigga, you ain't got to say nothing. Nigga, I said I was about to get the nigga, but since you done kicked it off like 2 minutes quicker than I wanted to, nigga, I said, let me beat this nigga all the way down. And then from that point on, I treated him like a little kid. Like, nigga, you don't know what you're talking about. The same way I saw a guy got yesterday with that crazy shit he was talking about. I just say the same motherfucking way. He talked that Dr. Ben ain't fuck with evolution. I pull up all the Dr. Ben books because I had the sources right there on the screen. Boom, 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 boom. Dr. Ben, certificates, all that shit. Boom, he got beat up. From that point on, right, he stopped fucking with me. I never forget it. He was like, damn, okay. Now, fast forward a little bit. We outside. Gozy don't like to talk. I'm gonna tell you right now, yo. I gotta literally drag this nigga to talk. He just don't like. He don't like to do it. Right? He a real gentleman. Gozy is a real motherfucking gentleman. I ain't a fucking gentleman when I know we on this stage right here, yo, and we gotta make our mark. Right? Jetty out there, he real pious. And Gozy out there, he real pious. And who else? Ben out there, Ben will get it in. He don't mind. We out there getting to that talking about evolution. Young Farmer walk up. Son that are always doing this shit, yo. He always bringing these new niggas, yo. Now I'm out there speaking because we actually getting paid. We getting paid to go out there and speak. That was part of the package. I'm gonna pay you this amount. You gotta do this, and that. Nigga, I ain't got a problem with that. Pharaoh, he not even in the fucking event. Talking real quick and fast, right? So another thing he rocking, I'm like, nigga, he not rocking. I'm fucking with Malachi Yoke. That's the old shit. It's not the rock. Okay. So we going back and forth. Seti, he really out of his element when we start talking science and shit, but he got a big mouth talking shit. He think young Pharaoh really getting the shit off. So at that moment, yo, he looked at me, he looked at young Pharaoh, and he made a business decision, yo. You know what I'm saying? He was like, I agree with all that shit. The nigga say, I agree with that nigga. I say, Seti, what part of what this nigga is saying do you agree with? And he started laughing. 80% of it, some dumb shit like that, right? But he actually made a business decision because he knew that young nigga had something. I knew the young nigga had something, but I wanted to crush his motherfucking ass out. So when y'all look back, y'all will say, yeah, they really crushed that nigga out. I was playing the long game. I wanted niggas to look back and say, yo, because at that point, everybody said, oh, you a hater. I'm not sorry y'all hater. Y'all fucking with the young talent. I was like, nope, I'm beating the shit out the young boy so he knows that he can't fuck with us and what we doing. We fuck with science, we trying to revive the pseudo-wisdom. Now, the truth is, the nigga was far more successful than all of us. That's the fucking truth. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I'm not going to act like he wasn't. But when you look back at history, you like, damn, after that nigga fell from grace, y'all can look back on that nigga and say, yo, them niggas beat the brakes off that nigga. That nigga was what he was what them niggas said he was. Nothing. Simple as that. So the whole shit is very interesting, yo. So now y'all know how we do what we do on this motherfucker, yo. We keep the pseudo-wisdoms in check. Now, Marcus, real quick. Yeah. Marcus was supposed to go finish Seti off. You never want a young nigga to get you like that. I knew Marcus, right, was actually proficient in the way he was speaking, and I knew that I couldn't keep beating up young Pharaoh. Gotta let the young niggas fight the young niggas because niggas, yo, you just hating on the youth. That's what they try to make a nigga the youth. Marcus actually the youth. He was like 16 or 17, probably 16, right? Pharaoh is just a younger nigga, young man, right? Them two was a good match for each other. Y'all need to look at that video when they going in there. Said he was gonna be in New York. Marcus said, "Yo, I'm going. Said he gonna be there. Yo, I'm going to his lecture, yo, and I'm gonna dive at him and everything." I said, "Yeah, yo." I said, "But take your time." You know what I'm saying? And I said, "What I need you to do is, I need you to watch." Said he stage presence. Watch the way he deliver his information. Watch how he do it. Watch how time. I said, the nigga got great timing. He know to throw a joke in the motherfucker, yo. I said, watch how he project his voice in certain spots. You know what I'm saying? I said, that's what you need to go do. I said, now, when you get to ask that nigga questions, I say that's when gonna get ugly. You say, yeah, I'm gonna get him done. That. So he didn't get a chance to ask him on election, so they went to a place to eat. You know, they treat Seti like he royalty, all right? I guess he was conscious community royalty at the time. And they got to have their discussion, and the young boy stepped up and finished them off, yo. It's crazy as shit. You ain't gonna get past evolution with that shit he talk. You never gonna defeat that shit right there, yo. And I think his legacy is fucked up because all he had to do was let it do what it do. You keep fucking with the signs, I'm gonna do this. He didn't have to make that split, but he thought young Pharaoh was gonna be an ally. I mean, he thought that him and Pharaoh could actually deal with me because he looked at me and said, okay, that nigga don't want to sit here. Like you know, at a certain point, yo, if a nigga don't respect you being beside him, yo, and he want to be 3 steps ahead of you, or a nigga don't realize, yo, wait a minute, nigga, I'm taking a back seat on purpose, right? Because I know how to play my role, but that don't mean, nigga, I ain't Barry Sanders. Y'all remember how Barry Sanders was actually behind, what's the nigga play in the Hall of Fame for the Cowboys, yo? Emmitt Smith. Barry Sanders, when they went to, what was it? Huh? Where they went? They went to Barry Sanders and Emmitt Smith went to the same college.
Nah. Barry went to Oklahoma State. Emmett went to Florida.
Nah, you sure?
Man, you tripping. You
I'm
done took your
positive,
shit.
bro. Barry went to Oklahoma
Yeah,
State.
you done took your story
You
pseudo.
might be talking about Billy Sims.
Yeah, he talking about Billy. Exactly.
Billy Sims, I think y'all fucking that up.
Oh man, I'm
Billy
going
Sims
back
and,
on
Barry,
mute. You
Barry
fucked up.
Sanders went to the
I'm a
same
Cowboys
college, I
fan.
think.
They not.
I know.
Yeah,
I'm a Cowboys fan.
you fucked up a perfectly
Who
good
the fuck was
story.
Barry Sanders behind? He was behind a great nigga though.
You are
Yeah, you
fucking
talking
up
about
a
college.
great
Yeah, he
story.
was. Billy Sims.
Billy Sims?
Now we can't believe none of your
Yeah,
story. Go ahead.
Billy Sims.
Yes, you can. Y'all conceded, nigga. I'm
In
saying,
college, he was.
I know what you're talking about, though. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
I think maybe Barry Word. Maybe he was behind Barry Word.
No,
in college, they went to
Barry
Oklahoma.
Sanders and Thurman Thomas played on the same team, right? In college?
Oh,
I don't know. We can look that up though if we need to.
Y'all can't be serious. Anyway, the nigga was
Thurman
behind
Thomas.
it. One day he was, huh?
Thurman Thomas.
Yeah, there you go. Thurman Thomas, right? For the Buffalo Bills, you know that nigga super nice. All right. So it wasn't that Barry wasn't nice, but that was his role on the team. So you know what I'm saying? It's a team game wanting to educate people, yo. So yeah, all right, Seti, you do what you do, I'm gonna do what I do. But he got the big head. Like he was thinking, nigga, like Barry Sanders, you can't offend Barry Sanders. He was super nice. Like you just let that nigga, you know what I mean? If that's where he gonna play his role, then he'll play his role. But Seti not only wanna be the number one nigga, you know what I'm saying? He wanna try to lowball you. And I'm older than that nigga. I'm not trying to hit that nigga. Plus you broken out.
Yeah, let me attest to what you're saying. You are 100% accurate in your assessment of the way he was acting in the beginning. Because I came to him with something, and yeah, he did the same thing. You know, and I was thought that was disrespectful. I'm like, because we come from the streets. Like you can't just talk to anybody any kind of way. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And so he act like we didn't come from the streets too. It's kind of saying like what he was saying. We were just trying to show him respect because, he at that time he had the ear of the people. You know what I'm saying? Just being honest. We were on real good. I will say that Seti has his chronology right. He just be tripping with the genetics.
Oh shit!
He just be tripping with the genetics and with the language not being deciphered. That's where he went wrong at, in my opinion. I'm gonna let you continue on, but that's what I see.
Nah, that nigga calling the Olmecs Africans and all kinds of shit.
Hold on. All right, so watch this though. All right, everybody fuck with Seti, no doubt. But his mistake was, you gotta know the limit, and then you gotta know the killers you got around you. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? When I was in Baltimore, I had some serious dudes around me, right? And even though I was in charge based off my position, based off of, you know, the connect and all that shit, nigga, I knew them niggas would kill Earth. So I'm not gonna offend them niggas. Like they, you know what I mean? Like they respect me, they respect my position, they respect what I can do. But I ain't gonna get but so slick with niggas. You get the point I'm making? Like at the end of the day, we men and we would have to man up on each other. You know what I'm saying? I know what they're capable of. They know what I'm capable of. But I wouldn't offend them. The nigga offended me for no reason. Nigga, first of all, I'm not your little brother. I'm actually older than you, nigga. Second of all, nigga, you broke. Nigga, I'm not broke. I don't need none of this shit, nigga. I'm fresh out of Baltimore, nigga. Like I ain't working, nigga. You tripping? I'm good. So you doing too much, nigga, and you too slick. And he thought maybe that him and Pharaoh could really get with the Umrah squad. I knew he could. He wasn't built to fuck with the Umrah squad, yo. He was built to do what he do, and the Umrah squad would always save him. If y'all go back to them old shows on Blog Talk, yo, the nigga would come on our platform and would crack slick with niggas. Niggas be like, yo, I'm 10 seconds off of Seti A. That's your man, right? But he too damn slick. That's what you was, right? He always do that. He always got to be the biggest in the room. Matter of fact, I don't even mind him being the biggest in the room. But nigga, leave me the fuck alone and protect that shit on other motherfuckers, not on your team that's got your back. Because we definitely had the nigga back. At least I did.
Right.
I can't really speak for some of them niggas. They probably would only go so far. They would pay attention to me, and they would, for the most part, niggas would follow my lead. You know what I'm saying? They would actually follow my fucking lead. And said he just did too much. So like I ain't never disliked Seti, yo. But when he cost me money, see that's the worst last thing you do for me, nigga. Like I don't mind all shit, but you cost me money, a lot of money, nigga. Oh, then I can't really fuck with you. So them niggas, we set up the debate. My job was to counter Seti. Meaning I gotta crack as many jokes. If this nigga crack 10 jokes, I gotta crack 11 jokes. If this nigga say 15 cuss words, I gotta say 20 cuss words. Like I gotta match his motherfucking energy. Cause his fucking energy is on high. Asar can't match it. Who else is gonna be there? Me, Asar, Sinjetti can't match it. You know what I'm saying? I'm a Baltimore nigga. I'm a beta talk that talk. And Nick, we talk so much shit that the nigga got scared. I'm like, yo, we talking shit. We didn't even be on the phone. I was like, yo, come on, dog. We just, you know what I mean? Just, yeah, nigga, like he could. It's like he almost, you know how you run across a bully, but he ain't a real bully? See, a real bully will fight your motherfucking ass. But a nigga that's front like a bully and playing bully, when a nigga match him, yo, he'll lose it. And so he just wasn't ready for that, yo. He couldn't actually handle, you know what I mean, a person matching his energy, and the shit all fell apart. The niggas ran like bitches, yo.
Was the brother name, hold on, was that brother name from Chicago, Dawu or something? Brother Dawu? You know, was that his name?
Sound familiar. Yeah, kind of sound familiar.
Yeah, that was his name that you was kicking it with. You did a show with him before. He used
light skin?
He was dark skinned, brother. He probably was even darker than you. Man, I'm gonna find that video. And cause I know he's like Brother Dawa or something like that.
Yeah,
I'm still over here trying to remember this cat name, my bad.
Dawa?
Dawu.
Hey, it was crazy though, because at that time, bro, Sinetta had something special because you remember y'all did that one picture? It was all y'all. It was red field, blue field, it was you, Sandy, it was everybody in the picture.
Yeah, we was in New York. That was that thing we was doing. That was that
yeah, Sai had something going at that time.
Yeah, I can say the movement
around 2015, 2016, around 2015, 2016 was probably when Sinetta was at his height.
Yeah, because that video that they were streaming when Pharaoh pulled that little alien shit out.
Oh yeah, that was crazy.
There was like damn near 3,000 motherfuckers watching live.
Yeah, that was the first time. Yeah. That was the first time.
This is back 2015, 2016. Like this, you know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
That shit was damn near unheard of. You feel me?
Right. No, it was unheard of. I had never seen no numbers like that.
I had never.
You know what I'm saying? Like that was wild. Like what the fuck? And said he ran in. Y'all like, why would you leave your little man in here like that to get crunched all the way out? But I mean, the legend grew with Shorty though. Yo, think about it, yo. You if you're around 7 killers, yo, and all you gotta do is just show. I think I was talking about this a couple weeks ago. I tell my son, I say, nigga, you don't gotta win, nigga. All you gotta do is just show up, nigga.
Right.
Show up with heart, nigga. That's all you gotta do. You know what I'm saying? That's all you gotta do. And Shorty had, I guess, about a nigga being so young, he just had heart. Yo, no matter how bad you beat that nigga, he felt like he won. But that nigga got smashed out there. And as a matter of fact, the nigga let me trick him. Like he always easy to trick. I could always trick him. It's hard for me to trick y'all, but I had tricked that nigga. You know damn well if I thought saying, I mean, you get in my career, you know I already got something. Like, nigga, you ain't supposed to fall for that. I mean, he fell for the, oh man, with that alien shit.
Yeah, that shit, but it ain't heard of shit because people still believe the shit.
I'm telling you, but that whole saga took down the conscious community.
Yep, that was the
It really did. It was the end right there.
When they had they couldn't read the letter, that was the end of it.
The conscious community.
It was like you had to choose. It
right.
was like you rolling with the science, or you rolling with this other shit.
Yeah, the conscious community wasn't the same after Young Pharaoh got there. After he got there, it was a wrap. It was a split. Like the pseudos over here and the people that's fighting against over there.
Right, all the pseudos to the left.
You know what? I think that was a moment, yo, that I think I kind of needed that moment because Sarnetta had this shit all mixed up. And you remember, I was always fighting Ali Muhammad, always getting them niggas. They pulling out fake degrees. Them niggas just would always be sloppy. I could always get them niggas. You know what I'm saying? They was top of class. They was always doing some stupid shit, though, right? And y'all remember when Wesley dove in real quick, though? That was before that. Remember Wesley came in, though?
Yeah, Wesley Muhammad.
Yeah, came in and beat the brakes off on there.
Yeah, he came in swinging a big ass motherfucking stick.
Yeah, that nigga was sharp when he came. You could tell he had that collegiate training.
Yeah.
I was like, damn. I said, the nigga, I said, dang. I said, he coming for me. Said he was scared. Said he had a chance to beat him. That's when I realized that he ain't had no heart like that. Like, nigga, you supposed to throw your shit in the ring and have some heart. So when I seen Wesley coming, I say, damn, he's fighting different. Yo, what the fuck is he really doing? And I studied him. I say, oh, first of all, the nigga got a team. I say, all right, let me push them niggas. And really, the first nigga I called, whether y'all know it or not, was motherfucking Ngozi. As far as I knew I needed Shorty because Shorty was back then he was prolific.
Right.
Listen to what I'm saying. Prolific with his speech, the way he enunciated his words, and the way he said big ass scientific words flawlessly. I was like, that nigga right there. Right there. I said, I need that young nigga right there. I was like, I'm not moving without him. Lie to you not. I was like, nope. But I said one thing. He was have to come in. I said one thing though. I said when I ran into him, he came on the show, the Nicky Love show, Punk show, right? And he was reading palms. I say, look, nigga, when I call, I say, look, nigga, you cannot read palms, yo. He started laughing at me. I said, I'm serious, yo. I said, yo, if you gonna rock with the sign show or you gonna play that crazy ass read some palm shit, I ain't doing it. He's like, all right, bro, we bet. I'm with you, right? And man, shit, and they go. I'm gonna spot Ish, Gozy, Sajeti, and Assault. And Gozy ass, cause he young. Man, now you know he's moving around right now. Back then, he's really moving around. He didn't fucking show up for the first show, right? And whatever the fuck he was doing, he kept doing it for a couple months. Then he got mad when he seen the show. Like, nigga, you asked me first, and I never really cussed me out. Like, damn, bullshit, cuss me out. I'm like, all right, nigga. So we cussed each other out. Then I was like, nope. I'ma fuck with him, though, because I remember my older nigga saying, yo, giving me a shot. You know what I'm saying? I'll never forget it. Older nigga gave me a shot on some shit I fucked up. He gave me another chance because he seen something in me. Yo, and I extended that same shit to Ngozi. I'm like, nah, I'm gonna fuck with Ngozi, yo. So Ngozi came on the show, and most people don't realize this. A lot of the shows, you know what I'm saying, before Smash came on, was just me and Ngozi. Ngozi would show up every motherfucking Sunday. You know what I'm saying? Go back, check them. He would actually be consistent. You know, Saul would be sporadic, right? But he was, you know, it took a while for Saul to say the name. You know what I'm saying? Wuja came way later on, and his daddy was always solid there. You know, and then Ish, and then we fell out with Ish because he went too Muslim. Then we had to put the rule book in. You can't be a Muslim, Christian, or Jew. That fucked it up. And, you know, as we travel through time, yo, I mean, we here right now in this situation now where your actual religion ain't gonna save you. It's been a long road. It's been a long road. Y'all been watching. And guess what? Like no shit. A lot of you not. I couldn't just say fuck African religion 8-10 years ago. Niggas wouldn't have listened. I could barely say evolution back then. They was like tripping. So it had to be a progression to get there, yo. Now I think we got enough people now. We need to do our broadcast better, a lot tighten shit up. But yeah, our community is definitely ready, you know, to be scientific, yo, and still remember who the fuck they is. You know what I'm saying? It's definitely that time. It's that time. And my man Gullah, niggas don't know Gullah. You know what I'm saying? That nigga was a young prototype. Like young niggas talking shit. Always fucking with me. I'm like, Gullah, why you always fucking with me? Cause I'm saying, yo, look at this OG. I'm saying, yo, you missing this part right now. Nah. He was like the first thing that he say, nah, yo, them African kings, they wasn't Christian like that, yo. They was doing it for trade. What you talking about? He say, look at the Ottoman Empire. Look at this. He was that type shit, yo. This nigga was prolific with Wikipedia back then. Prolific with the shit. Motherfuckers don't know that about Gullah, yo. Like prolific, and the nigga always had the backstory. You know what I'm saying? With the African tribe. So yeah, I've been fortunate to have intelligent people, you know. I mean, damn, I could just go on and on and on with the document. Yeah, shout out to Document Out, man. You know, she got that program going now, man. You know, that program, yeah, that shit is actually getting young kids, both of them daughters, women, and I mean not women, but children, male and female, you know, fucking with scientific literature. They got the program where they go in, where she actually hire her student, right? Because she's a professor, Morgan State. So her student actually teach the youngins in Baltimore City. Scientific literacy, yo. So that's what we at, man. She bring me in, you know what I mean? I get a nice little check, you feel me? And it's a beautiful thing, yo, to see how scientific literacy has, you know, permeated this community, man. And, you know, shout out to Psychopathia. Am I saying that right, yo? Yeah, shout out to him, man, and keeping that going. And shout out to everybody, you know what I mean? Especially pseudo killers, man. I think that's a good show for y'all right there. It's a good show for everybody to, you know, bring your gladiator circle, bring your weapons, goddammit. Yeah, I mean, leave your feelings at the door, bring your weapons. But I just think it's great, yo, that we can look at the James Webb right now and just see how it's changed. And I think it was Van saying, man, nigga, you could be wrong in 3 months. You can say something now, and 3 months later, you be wrong. But that's the story I'm sticking to, nigga. Yeah, don't fuck it up, James. Fuck the story up, James.
James still trying to find that dude from Chicago.
He said you got woo, but what's wrong with trying to? He was a Hebrew, right?
I have no idea.
I don't know, but we here now though, yo. You got Chevronell, you got Sosa, you got King Sosa, yo. You got Brendan, yo. You got Van, you got Kent. Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
man, you got Melvin, you got.
Shout out CK, man.
CK, get well soon, CK.
Yeah, sure.
CK in the hospital.
Oh, you funny as shit, yo. You wild, bro.
CK wild as shit, man. CK got me on ice. CK, I did not destroy the server. Okay, I'm going to say it again. I don't know why you mad at me. I did not destroy the server.
Hey, what'd you do, Chef?
It was that goddamn British dude, man.
What do you mean?
He went and deleted everything out of our Discord. What's his name? My bad, Fitz. Fitz deleted probably 2,000 books. Who deletes 2,000 books?
How?
What?
Yeah, he fucked up
Yeah,
the whole
yeah.
time.
I think he was a Hebrew.
Yeah, he was a Hebrew. Yep. Shout out to Malcolm, yo, pseudo killer official. He was a Hebrew. But yeah, but that's all right. See, you know, and I appreciate CK because she actually built that server. We just didn't get around to it you right about now. See, sometimes you build shit and it don't happen when you want it to happen. It happen when niggas get to it, yo.
Right.
And it's just so happy we ready to get to it. So let me tell you about what I learned about situations like this. The shit got erased. That's okay. We can start it back up again, get it organized the way we really need to have it organized. You can't let that be the punch to knock you out, yo.
Right.
If we actually doing this for the people. CK she cannot let that knock her out. It was a lot of work, yo. Now we can categorize shit. We can have the oldies but goodies, that section with Diaz and all them, retired. The retired oldie but goodie section. If you want to go back to the archives, to the oldie but goodie, we can do that. We got the scientific literacy. We got the evolution shit. We can actually break shit down and really get it what we want. But CK got to be willing to do that again, yo. But you can't let that stop you, yo. You just got to imagine that Kid put that video in there. Everybody know Blueprint and Real Pill. Man, them niggas getting like 100,000 views now on his channel. It's rocking because now consciousness, the pseudo shit is now mainstream for real, yo. When everybody else is looking at the James Webb, the conscious community has infected the African American community, yo. And you know what I'm saying? I always want to be ready for that, yo. So I think, I know that the pseudo killers is best fit for that job now, right? To actually deal with the African Americans and their pseudoism, Joe. Yeah, we fit for that.
CK ain't gonna start with that server. That's her little baby. That's my baby. She's way ahead of her time on that damn server and shit. We need to
come out. We need to come out with our own non-pseudo version of Hidden Colors, like our version, though. You know what I'm saying? That's what kind of fucked the community up, the Hidden Colors shit.
But
God,
Hidden Colors
a lot of bullshit. Yeah.
We need to come out with our version, though. You know what I'm saying? To correct this.
Hey,
shit.
no, I was saying too that because this channel should be way bigger. You know, y'all, Chef and y'all do a good job of getting y'all, going live and stuff. But I was in the chat. I even be saying like y'all should make clips. You know how cause you know how sometimes we be on for like 2-3 hours. What y'all should do is go back and clip it and put it on TikTok and on YouTube.
It's a good idea.
Yeah, that's how TikTok killed because it just clips.
It's clips. You
gotta watch it more than one time.
Because everybody got a short attention span right now. You feel me? Everything is. That's why even if you listen to music right now, all the songs it's like 2 minutes now. It ain't no more 3-minute songs. You feel me?
You good point. See, that's why we need younger people around because I'm getting a little older. Trust me. Like,
nah, Chef, you do a good job though, bro.
Yeah, I appreciate it, but see, I'm not even into TikTok, right? As far as I go is Instagram, and I don't even post on there. I just scroll once a day and I get out of there.
I don't have none of it. All I got is a business page. I'm not even on here at all.
Yeah, I know because my damn daughter. Because every time she got damn play something, I hear it 15 times. 20 seconds, you know what I mean, and back again, like you know what I mean.
Hey, girl, like you're a little, just knows you're a little bit behind on the Hidden Colors, nigga. I already got somebody writing that shit up and working on that shit for the last 2 years, yo. That shit gotta be crisp. It's gonna take money though, yo. That nigga made that first one about 50,000.
Shit.
Oh yeah.
That nigga got like 5 of them.
The first one, that nigga was nothing but a goddamn backdrop in the goddamn room.
Yeah,
what raised that money, y'all? Is y'all serious? That nigga raised
he raised the money, but the movie wasn't
big though, bro. I'm out here in California with it.
Hey, Q was wrong about Kaba. Kaba, you know what I'm saying? He ain't that pseudo, bro. Like even back then, I got an old video of Kaba. He talking about evolution and shit.
Bro. He's pseudo.
He talk about evolution. Man, I ain't listening to niggas just talk shit about motherfuckers, yo. You nigga can't move me, nigga.
Yeah. He's pseudo, but I'm saying he open to new ideas and shit. Like if one of us come to him, he'll listen to it. And shit.
He's not like Phil Valentine, bro.
Y'all got to show me.
No, I heard some old shit where he was trying to break down evolution. He was like, yeah, I got to deal with this. Like, he was like a long time ago. You know what I'm saying? Gorillas ruled the earth.
That's because probably because David Imhotep, even though he's pseudo, he still follows evolution. You feel me? So you know what I mean. He just pseudo in his
in his own way.
Yeah, but if you put man in America's 100,000 years, you got to be working with some, elementary, at least elementary level evolutionary concept.
Nah, he going with the money, yo. He going with the bread right now. Yo. He ain't fucking with us. Kappa got a nice audience, yo. I mean, he get about 1,500 to do a little thing. Yeah, I fuck with him, yo. I mean, we had
Chef.
middle of the floor fight though.
Hey, well, I was gonna tell you, Chef. You know what y'all should do too? Y'all should make a pseudo killers clip page where you go back through the show, right? All the funny parts of the show, or the good arguments of the show, and you make clips of it. And that could be a whole nother page. That could be a whole nother channel.
Yeah, what page?
Just be clips of the pseudo killers. You can do that with the real black atheists too.
Yeah, I know Dr. Clark. Dr. Clark was going, you know what I'm saying, kind of supporting the evolution a little bit too. He kind of co-signed, even though that book was pseudo, the Iceman and Heritage shit, he kind of co-signed. He co-signed that book.
No, he wrote a forward in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, he wrote a forward in there, but that Iceman Inheritance, it builds off of Diop's two cradle
Diop
theory.
Yeah, I wouldn't knock somebody like John Henry Clark not necessarily be up in evolution. That shit is like in his infancy when he's a goddamn young man. Like,
yeah,
he's more into his just pure history.
Yeah, he more just straight up history shit.
Straight historian.
Yeah, they the only niggas I can fuck with though, yo. That's why I can't go so hard on them, because they get me to this stage. Without them, I'm running around the Marburg bush with the pseudo shit. They made me see what pseudo was. You know what I'm saying? They made me want to use the fucking word. Like, okay, I see the difference.
Yeah, it was Clark that taught me. He said, learn the history of your oppressors first. You know what I'm saying? Learn that white man history shit first, because African history is just the missing pages of the world history anyway. So I always kept that shit with me. You know what I'm saying?
Before I found the conscious community, like I said, I was already Hancock and Ancient Aliens. So when I showed up the conscious community, I heard them niggas talking that Elohim and all the crazy shit. I'm like, I already heard this shit, nigga. I know this. I done got past this bullshit. Just jump on.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, it's a big rabbit hole you know what I mean, climbing out of. Sean and them made a joke about it when I said, yo, everybody is, come from pseudo beginnings. And I said, yo, when I was on Kofi's back then, I said, yo, we are all working out our pseudoisms. And Sean jumped on there and he made a clip about it, like, it was something wrong. No, motherfucker, I'm admitting the truth. You know what I mean? Yo, you know how many pseudoisms you have in your head that you deal with on a regular daily basis, right? I still don't split a pole, right? I still don't let a broom touch my foot, right? Like, it's just, the shit is just so deep ingrained in me. I don't think nothing bad will happen to me, right? I got enough sense to know nothing bad won't happen to me, but I still take those precautions, right? And I work in a barbershop, so people always sweeping up. Nigga, if you touch my foot with that broom, right, you might as well throw that broom away, because I'm spitting on it. Flat out. You feel?
Yeah, that's West African shit. That's just your voodooism, bro. That's your
yeah, my grandmother ain't play with that, nigga. Somebody, yo, don't sweep my feet. I don't even know what happened to. I don't even know the root that it'll put on you. But nigga, that shit been beat in my head.
Don't split no poles, bro.
Don't split no poles.
Don't split no poles. That mean don't sweep my feet. I mean, no bird better not fly in your house. If a bird fly in your house, somebody gonna die. Like, nigga,
yeah, Baltimore, Maryland, them streets, yo. Nigga, we never split no. You couldn't split no pole.
Yeah, somebody gonna get shot.
You breaking the cipher, nigga. You splitting the energy, whatever the fuck we was doing, nigga. Don't do it. We never split no pole, yo.
You split a pole, motherfucking a couple hours later, your homeboy get shot. Like, what the fuck happened, nigga? Split that pole.
Split that pole, nigga.
It ain't got nothing to do with them niggas been looking for him for a whole month. Nah, he split the pole.
Split the pole, what happened, nigga? The pole god came and got him.
Nah, he ran off with them niggas' money. That's what happened. And they caught up with his dirty ass. But
niggas split the pole and called it undercover sale.
Right. Yeah, so I mean, it's definitely, you know, like I said, we're all working out our pseudoisms, right? You know, when we have our conversations in the back, we always ask each other questions, right? And then we like, damn, I thought that too. You feel me? So that's what happens. You know what I mean? And a lot of information that we took in over the years, you know, is getting improved upon with new information. So a lot of the stuff that we're calling pseudo is really outdated information. So again, we're all working out our pseudoisms, even though outdated information, we call that pseudo also. So
yeah, I mean, during the course of them years, you're taking so much pseudo information, you can't account for all that shit. You know what I'm saying? It's only till a topic is brought up and you're like, yo, I thought that. Then you realize, yo, I ain't never really vet that. You know what I'm saying? Like, let me look and see if this shit I thought was. Then you'd be like, oh, hell no.
John Hanson was the first president.
Was so powerful because he made so many claims at one time. It was like an overload of pseudoism.
The first president was black. His name was John Hanson. Yeah, if you was around in the 90s.
The dude that brought karate to Japan, he said, look at that dude. He looked like Lionel Richie.
Exactly. If you was around in the 90s, you heard all of these things. And if you was young like I was, half of the shit you didn't even question. Yeah. You just took it in like, damn, I didn't know that. Right? And especially if you talking to a lot of dudes that spent time in jail, right? When they come home, they dropping shit on you. You know, you sitting up under these dudes, soaking that information up like a sponge, right? And you think you got some dope.
God, jail is the king of pseudoism.
Right, you think you got some new shit, right? Because the old heads that did 15 years in jail is now sitting out there schooling y'all. Right? So you sitting out there with them and they telling you a bunch of information, right, that you never heard before, and you running with that shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so,
we all believed in Illuminati at one point in time.
All that. You feel?
Hey, all our grandmothers was Indian.
All of them.
Yeah.
All of them.
Yeah. I think that's why I pushed back on that shit so hard. Yeah.
We all heard that same story.
Wait a minute, nigga. The Blackfoot, yo. I thought I was Blackfoot Indian for a long time.
See?
Yeah, and that's the crazy one because you know even the black people that do got a little native in them, that Blackfoot wouldn't even be the one. You know, them niggas all in Montana, and
Minnesota,
yeah, way up north.
Hey, they just chose it because they said black. It had black in it.
Mm-hmm. Crazy. That's crazy. Where you at, James?
Yeah, ain't nothing I heard. Yeah, everything that was in that Hidden Color was all like it wasn't nothing that I heard that was brand new. Like I heard, well, except for the karate shit being transported together, that shit was like a new pseudo spill. I was like, what the hell?
They made everything.
Yeah. Well, yeah, no, I hadn't heard the. I think I hadn't heard the. That nigga was Phil Valor with time was like. I think he was saying Montezuma was Abu Bakari or some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? He was saying Montezuma was African that ruled on it. I was like,
no, that nigga said Montezuma was Mansa Musa and shit.
Mansa Musa. Oh, yeah. Even worse.
Who said that?
Bill Valentine.
Dang, he a bad motherfucker.
He's pseudo as fuck. He's pseudo.
Then they had KRS-One pseudo ass on there. He was some pseudo shit too.
Yeah. I thought
he's pseudo.
Nigga used to think KRS-One was dropping that straight.
I know, yo.
There you go, KRS-One. Yeah.
Had me. He was the one that sold me as a youth on the goddamn Black Egyptian and Moses being black and all that.
Why is that? Yeah, why is that shit?
Yeah, I was like, that shit transformed
the
my
majority.
Yeah,
well, I know the song, yo.
He said the library, the place where they bury all the lies. KRS-One used to kick that shit. Like I'm telling you.
That shit sound good. That shit sound good as
shit back there, man. Shit.
A vegetarian, no goat, no pork or hamburger. Cause that's suicide, self-murder. And let's get back to what they call hip hop. And let me see, what is up with DJ Scott LaRock? Yeah, I think very deep. What?
I think very deeply.
What? Yo, y'all know what his name stands for, right?
The police. Whoop whoop.
Knowledge reigns supreme over nearly everyone.
Watch this. If you sing the first letters of what I just sung, or what I just sung, it spells my name, KRS-One. That nigga say knowledge reigns supreme over nearly everyone. If you sing the first letters of what I just sung, it spells my name, KRS-One. That nigga used to rock off beat, yo. He the first nigga rock off beat. Yeah. It's trash. It's trash now. Can I believe it? That was my man, yo. Criminal Minded?
Yeah, KRS-One was it.
I hate that motherfucker.
Yeah, KRS-One?
He been phony from
yeah. But he's still my top rapper, though. One of my top rappers.
That's crazy.
When that shit was dropping, niggas didn't really have no knowledge. Like if you ain't in New York, like a nigga in the South in Charleston, I'm hearing, Rakim and Wu-Tang Clan. Like you're not up on the 5%.
5%, yeah.
You don't even the rhymes sound good. When you go back and listen to it now,
horrible.
You hear all that shit. You're like, God damn, like it's all 5%
knowledge. Up in here.
Yeah, all 5%. Yeah,
5%. It was 5%. Was hip hop was infested with 5% in the 80s, 90s. Yeah.
No, they was really infested with the Malachi York shit. Y'all do know that though, right?
Yeah, I know you had a little.
Yeah, some of that was up in there too. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
No, a lot of it. Hip hop. It was actually Jay-Z, Jazzo, right? Y'all ever seen Jay-Z first video?
You were doing a video with Jazz, like
yep, he was with Jazzo, yep. And
when we had the grill, he had the gold teeth and shit, and the colorful shirts.
Had the piece on,
They ain't have a big influence like the 5%ers though. That ain't even
shit.
They did. Come on, yo.
No.
I'm not saying it wasn't no Malachi Yorkites in hip hop that was very influential, but it's not on the level of the 5%ers, yo.
You hear people like, hold on. You hear people like, oh God, what's his name, yo? Damn, shit. When I say his name,
Cameron them used to fuck with
Cameron and them. Thank you, bro.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, Cameron
he had damn near the whole Harlem fucking with.
The Cameron way later. That's way later.
Oh man, we just trying to.
Cameron been out for a long time, bro.
Yeah,
Cameron been out.
It's like 96, 95, 96. Yeah.
All right, well, let me ask y'all this.
Malachi York shit was beating up all the 5% shit. Nigga,
hold on. Other than y'all, right, who know that, right, or who know the intricacies of that, I'm saying that the 5% knowledge was pushed in hip hop, and they wore the symbols and they talked about it. It was more well known that these motherfuckers was 5%ers than Cameron and them being New Wapians. Like y'all telling me Cameron is a New Wapian is new to me.
I mean, Wu-Tang, that whole shit is 5%.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's the Wu-Tang. Your name.
Wu-Tang is a group, so you got that shit split up. The Method Man,
except the
Ghostface, like they do solo projects. And
wasn't Rakim was 5%?
They was all 5. All the Wu-Tang was 5% except for Killer Priest. He's a Hebrew.
Well, I'm talking about Rakim was 5%.
Rakim's 5%. Yeah, you see it on the.
Yeah, I mean, he the one that had that fly ass jacket with the 5% on it.
Yeah, he had a chain. I think he had a chain with the symbol.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, he always upsetting on him. Yeah.
You know what I mean? All them niggas was 5%, and it was well known. Cameron,
Big Daddy Kane was a
Big Daddy
5%er.
Kane, all them. So you telling me Cameron was a Nuwaubian? I just heard that for the first time.
Cameron was a Nuwaubian?
Yeah, see? I just heard that for the first
time.
time.
I don't know if he was a Nuwaubian, but he was linked in with Malachi for sure. He even say his name in a couple of his songs.
First time I ever heard that.
In the songs, you hear the shit. There's a lot of them that said in their songs.
First time I heard it.
Shit beat all that up. That's the point, though. See, that's the point y'all missing. Yeah, you might have 5%, but it wasn't. It ain't had shit on that. It ain't have shit. 5% was the New York shit. The Nuwaubian shit was worldwide, nigga. That's two separate things you talking about.
We talking about in hip hop. No, we was talking about their influence in hip hop.
Hip hop. Yeah, because I had no
5% had way more
because y'all
influence
know the
in hip hop.
doctrine. Yo, you hear the doctrine.
Huh?
So no, it wasn't. They wasn't saying.
When you go back and listen to it down, because like not too long ago, I recently listened to the whole. I watched the damn Wu-Tang documentary and fucked around, just listened to the whole Wu-Tang shit all over again. Went to a Wu-Tang rabbit hole and shit. And this was
I love Wu-Tang though, yo.
5%.
I love Wu-Tang.
Yeah, it was crazy.
I love they rhymes though, yo. I know they rhymes.
Listen, a B Money. I never even heard a Jazzo song, so doesn't matter.
Jay-Z on it, nigga.
I never heard it. I never heard your music.
Shit. Go play, bro. They kicking you up and shit. Go play. Go play.
He's not important. He's not important.
Jay-Z?
No, Jazzo.
Jay-Z blew later on.
No, it was Jay-Z and Jazzo. They kicking you up and shit.
That's why I'm so
Back
Jay-Z.
then, they wasn't even
Before Jay-Z was Jay-Z. That was when he first came out.
Yeah, he wasn't popular.
Hold on. When did Jay-Z kick the Nuwaubian shit? When he was fast rapping?
Oh, nigga, where do you go listen to the song?
Oh, these niggas lying to you, so they lying to you.
Yeah, he talking about when he first came out. You know, when he
I remember, but they wasn't that big. I mean, Jazzo wasn't that. They wasn't.
I ain't saying it was that big. I'm not saying y'all missing.
So who else though? Who else?
Man, everybody kicked the Nuwaubian
You can't just
shit,
say
yo.
everybody, man. Just tell me who else.
Man, I can't say it like it's so many songs you just hear. You gotta know the doc. If you know the doctrine, then you know.
You don't know the artist.
I can't explain it, nigga. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like
what artist? What artists?
Man, all hip hop had Nuwaubianism.
Hip hop.
Yeah, nigga, I'm trying to tell you, I ain't just making that shit up.
Nigga, all of them, nigga.
You just made all of that.
You had to, yo.
So you saying Wu-Tang?
Right?
You saying Wu-Tang has some Nuwaubian shit?
Yeah, because the Nuwaubians smashed that shit out.
I never knew what Nuwaubian was until I met you,
Oh, that okay. Then you just talk shit.
No, I'm just being
Then you don't know.
I don't even know. Look, I don't even know how Unc got caught up in that shit. Like, it's crazy to me. I used to see them crazy ass books.
They had a presence out in New York and Atlanta.
Yeah, I used to see those books, right? And he used to have them funny looking black people on there with big eyes and shit.
It wasn't that, yo.
Something told me to stay away from that type shit.
No,
it looked
that book pamphlet made it to South Carolina probably by late '99. My cousin brought it with me. Brought it to me and shit. He's like, yo, they kicking that like he got some real knowledge. I took that shit and threw that shit in the trash. I was like, bro.
No, hold on. All I'm gonna tell you is y'all talking shit right now. Imagine a nigga looking at a video and is breaking down the Bible. And I'm going to tell you the first thing I heard. When you read Cain and Abel's story, right? And Cain get kicked out the fucking God. Y'all remember that, right? Where they give God an offering?
Yeah, I was already familiar on it. Yeah.
All right. And then he was like, Cain slew Abel, right? Cain said, don't throw me out, because the people gonna kill me when they see me.
Yeah, it's supposed to be the only one there. Yeah, right.
Yo, reading the Bible saying, yo, ain't nobody know you. What you mean? I thought it was Adam and Eve. And Cain and Abel, you mean it was more people in the land of Nod? He used to bring out them little small points, right? I came in on it. Nuwaubianism was the atheism. So the whole thing was beating up Islam, Christianity, Judaism. Like, that's what it was, to beat up all that shit.
Did you have cable
Islam
back then, though?
You say what?
Did you have cable TV back then?
Did I have cable? Yeah, we had cable.
Yo, it used to be a show on A&E that used to talk about all of that.
Yeah, I was already familiar with all that shit.
Yeah, it was called Mysteries of the Bible.
I was like the Bible shit. Yeah, get the questions part. But when I saw the drawings of some aliens that was supposed to be in the earth, I'm like, fuck out of here, bro.
Yeah, like all of that
niggas
stuff
live in the interior of the earth.
They're good talkers, though. They're good talkers. I see how they suck people.
Nigga, I'm saying
all of that stuff was already in the white community, and it was on TV.
Yes, it was.
Listen,
yes, it was. That's different. Now you make a difference.
My favorite show was goddamn Discovery. That's why I was.
Yeah, A&E, Mysteries of the Bible.
And that's why I kind of got sucked into when the Age of Alien shit. I'm thinking like,
yeah, all of that
on the Discovery Channel.
What the fuck happened to A&E, man? Why they start doing that pseudo ass shit? Y'all remember that mockumentary, like the mermaids and everything else, and the dragon?
Oh, that mermaid shit had me.
That shit was real.
That first mermaid shit scared the fuck out of me. I ain't gonna lie.
All I want is A&E Discovery Channel all day.
Yeah, they thought it was real because of the channel it was on. They thought it was real.
Yeah, and then late night.
You ain't seen the one with the dragon?
That shit was on the History Channel.
Yeah, exactly, and the History Channel. And then sometimes they might do Egypt week in that motherfucker. Just rock out all Egypt all day.
Yeah. So A&E, the History Channel, all of that shit that the Nuwapians was pushing, the Garden of Eden and all, they talked about that shit in the 90s. On A&E and the History Channel.
They still got that bullshit. They got the unsolved mysteries and shit out now with Captain Kirk, hosting it.
And on Christmas they would do like the Egypt Jesus shit.
Yeah,
breaking
man,
down the
come
whole
on,
shit.
Man.
Yeah.
Malachi could have never got me, man. Fuck, I had cable. I had cable. How the fuck you gonna get a nigga that got cable, yo? Man,
so hold on, this would y'all mess up. This would y'all. I think
nigga, I had cable.
Let me look. This how you can tell a nigga be tripping. Watch this. So I actually never sat down and talked to Malachi York. Like we never had a conversation like this. So I never looked at him as being no more than a nigga and put together a good package of books. I had a brother. I might bring him on one day, brother Bun. All right, he's college educated. Right now, he's teaching a school system. So I would go to All Eyes on Egypt bookstore, right? Every damn day. You know what I'm saying? When I first came from Baltimore, I go down there every day on Auburn Avenue, get the Jamaican food, sit in the bookstore and rap to him. Watch the fine ass women come in. That's where I get my Nuwapianism from. I ain't get it following York. And so if a new book would come out, right, they would say, yo, don't get that book. Why not? He said all the rest of the books is mixed in. You don't gotta get that. Just stay right here. So he kept me abreast. He said, look at John Henry Clark's Gigantic Diabs. With other people in the tab and the shit like that, like, yo, only read Malachi York books. So really this dude just kind of kept me narrow. You know what I'm saying? Kept me on the straight and narrow and just kind of helped me, get real familiar with other shit more than that. So I never was a nigga. Plus, nigga, remember, I'm coming from Baltimore. I'm stacked all the way up. So I'm not understanding how niggas could live on the land and be broke. I go up there, get a nigga some money, because I'm thinking about the broke niggas. Anybody lived on the land was broke. You was living in conditions that I would never do. So if a nigga said they lived on the land, they was broke, struggling for food. It was crazy, right? That's why I buy books from the brothers up there. You know what I mean? Try to help them out. But I would never. What? So I never did none of that. I never understood none of that. So, you know what I mean? Like it was a lot of women. I don't know what y'all talking about, dog. Like y'all tripping. You talking about some spooked out women.
Hey, that boy Woojaw was with them till the wheels fell down. That nigga was a top member.
Yeah, he was the leader when Malachi went to jail. Go ahead about your business.
Yeah, that's
don't
crazy.
Look,
I'm here I go. That's crazy. I couldn't even, you know what though, I couldn't even see you getting off into something like
I can.
Getting tricked into that like that. That's it.
Yeah, I didn't get tricked into it, nigga. I told you it came on the atheist shit. I ain't do all that. I ain't believe no alien shit. Nigga.
They do come with an atheist type, with atheist rhetoric and whatever. Like a lot of their talking points are atheist talking points. what was the day that snapped you out of it?
The day the nigga got locked up. I was like, oh, nigga, I could have stayed in Baltimore for the feds to run up on this motherfucker. I'm not doing that. Yeah, and then I'm not like really? Like, come on, dude, you get locked up for doing what? Man, look, the mother of my children said, yo, so check this out. Would you trust that man up there with your kids? I'm like, nope, never been back again. You only had to ask the question one time. I'm gonna always pick my kids. Yeah, and I just wasn't built like that. Even when I was in the lodge and all that shit, I would literally be ready to fight niggas because they telling me that Malachi York knew everything. Like, I don't understand that. I come from an environment where we all take our chance at knowing something, where it's just not just one nigga. So to hear that was odd, right? To hear that I couldn't read nothing else was odd, right? Like, it's just some shit is odd. And plus, most niggas found that shit was broke. I hung with the niggas that wasn't broke, that had some decent jobs, where the fuck they was intelligent. I'ma always be around intelligent niggas, even in that. So none of the niggas I hung with would ever live on the land. We fuck with the reading, we fuck with the books. It was really the reading and the studying, right? But we never got that deep into it like that. And we end up breaking off doing our own shit in the meanwhile too. So, but nah, nigga, you ain't see me running around like that, dressed like no nut. Never would, nigga. No.
I was just
early
2000. I was just getting into in Atlanta.
They
We
wouldn't
used to
let
hear
y'all
stories
read
about
no
we used to hear
books.
stories
Like,
about the niggas up there on the goddamn land. Sometimes
So y'all remember the nigga? Y'all remember the nigga, the hobo herbalist? He used to take shrubs and weeds from the ghetto and shit, and talk about so you making healing shit.
Who was that?
He was some old pseudo nigga back in the day. They called nigga the hobo herbalist, bro, in New York and shit. Nigga used to take like weeds and shit from the ghetto in New York and shit, try to make some supplement. He had motherfuckers following him and everything.
What's the name used to do that? I seen Polite do a video where this nigga grabbed some grass next to the projects and made some tea out of it. You know, them more yellow flowers.
That nigga married that nigga married Phil Valentine and his wife and shit.
Who?
The hobo herbalist nigga.
Oh no, I'm saying Polite is a video. If y'all go look, he grabbed like some what's them little yellow plants that be like coming out the concrete sometimes. What they call?
Man, I mean, this is like I'm saying. I
think they call dandelions.
Dandelions.
Yeah, the little yellow sunflower looking little joints. Yo grabbed a bunch of these, went in the house and boiled them and made some tea out of it and drunk that shit. I said, this nigga crazy.
It fucked me up when I found out, like Discovery Channel, like they would play pseudo shit, bro. Like that shit kind of fucked me up. I looked at that like I thought that was like a standard. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Because you had the other channel.
It is a standard. What do you?
This is supposed to be like your pure.
You talking about? I thought it was the standard. It is a standard.
I'm saying like
these motherfuckers been lying the whole time.
Hold on. No, I'm just saying like when you get there's different segments of channel. So when you get to like History Channel and the Discovery Channel, I just assumed that everything was in the bounds of a methodology that was sound. You know what I mean? So it was up to date, current information. You didn't think that. Even
the Ancient Alien show, you thought that was real too?
Yeah, at the time I believed that. I was into the Ancient Alien shit at that time, bro. Yeah, it wasn't about the whole thing with Ancient Aliens is not that you believe the shit; it's the mystery of it all. You know what I'm saying? The awe of shit you just don't like. Oh, that shit, dude, that's crazy.
Man, I never believed that.
What about?
I was already historically aware when that shit came.
I was into this.
You got caught up in the cryptozoology?
Yeah, of course, man. Come on, man. The Bigfoot and all that. Yeah. That dude used to have a little show. He used to rock out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Was it Finding Bigfoot or whatever?
Yeah, Loch Ness Monster and all type. Yeah. I mean, like back in the day, though, those are like major, like this Bigfoot shit would come on like regular TV. Those like major events. New Bigfoot. Shit.
And they get you caught up. They get you caught up because they come from scientific aspect and shit. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Remember when they did the alien autopsy on TV and shit? I'm like, yeah, shit crazy. Oh man, I tell you.
Yeah, I don't trust no new Wapians.
Went down that. Yeah.
Oh no, you can't do.
Went down that type of.
Yeah, needs to go be in the city and shit with them side
Yo, he
lock
done
shit with the
pulled up
bald head
Dr.
with the little
York.
hair poking out.
Yo, Chef, you got your thing messed up because we can't see it on the back side of it.
Look at this nigga. Look at this nigga.
Yo, he looked like that when you met him up.
That motherfucker, he slide like you know he can slide out right now. Just slide off to the side with him. James Brown style.
Look like a temptation, yeah.
This nigga look like Vampire in Brooklyn.
A lot of them cult leaders be having like musical backgrounds and shit.
Yeah, this nigga got a whole album,
He
yo.
dropped the album. Yeah, he dropped the album.
They're looking like Farrakhan, straight to the guy. You know, hey, he's be a performer.
Man,
yeah, but the question is, what's wrong with us? Like, how the hell do you just follow? I mean, even recently as polite, like, how do these people mesmerize the masses like that? Like, I mean, what's up with that?
Good talkers.
Yeah, you thinking nigga got some type of superior intelligence that you ain't got? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I blame that on the miseducation of the school system and all that shit. That miseducation. It's like even when you start seeing somebody that, you know, I'm telling you, bro, down here in the South, like we got a lot of miseducation from me, my mother, and going like these school systems. I mean, it's like an 18-year delay. We have to re-educate ourselves after we get out of school.
Nah, they can't blame the school. They got to blame their parents at home.
Yeah, but your parents been miseducated, how is that their fault? Because how is that their fault if they was miseducated just like you were? They got I went to the same high school as my parents.
They even sucking educated people too, bro. Lawyers.
Right, we trained at an early age. We trained at an early age to have a cult mindset. And that's how things like this happen. We taught not to challenge things. We taught just to do what you're told. Don't ask no questions.
Right.
Yeah, and then plus, in general, the masses, the masses aren't the peak. You know what I mean? There's always that top echelon. The masses just follow. There's a lot of people that just trust what you say. You know what I'm saying? Because they feel like I don't know what you know.
Yeah,
you're always gonna find more people with that. You know what I mean? So.
Yes.
Yeah, these pictures, this guy.
Yeah.
And then I wonder if somebody just did the history on him, like all these schools of thoughts and stuff. How did he come up on? Look at Lamont Hill.
Chuck Morgan knows in the best.
What does that do, Lamont?
He just stole everything. Like Dr. York stole a little bit of everything.
Lamont Hill, yeah.
He was pseudo gumbo for real.
But you know
it's what? It's like the East Coast and the South was like two different planets. Cause like until YouTube, I had never even heard. You know what I mean? And then you find out, he was big. Like, damn.
Right, but check this out. He was in the South. He was in Atlanta.
Yeah.
But just like you said, since the internet, we've learned a lot about what was going on in the North that we didn't know nothing about.
Yeah,
like
Hebrews,
we just found out about Hebrews, and since the internet age came about, we didn't know nothing about that.
Exactly. People get mad when I say that. I tell people all the time, like most people that didn't live in the Northeast, for the most part, never heard of it. Didn't know what a Hebrew Israelite was until about 2008, probably.
Shit, for me, like 2015.
15. Yeah.
So like,
because now you got these guys down here in Texas yelling on the corner. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like, what the hell?
Even when he in Atlanta though, he in the city.
What part of Texas you in, James?
I'm DFW.
I'm in I'm right above Houston. I'm in Spring.
Okay.
In Atlanta, they might be walking around.
I'm from the Midwest though. I'm from St. Louis though, originally.
Right.
In,
Yeah.
in Atlanta, they
That's
be
one of the
goddamn
roughest
walking
cities
around,
in
right?
America.
They be walking around, right? Like in like the city parts. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, like you downtown Atlanta in a little city part, then yeah, you see it, but you know what I'm saying? Like you just think a nigga a weirdo. You feel me?
Okay, let me ask you.
You
Let
ain't
me
even
ask you this:
investigate what that is. You could be like,
were they in Atlanta? Were they in Atlanta in the 1990s?
I came to Atlanta like 99. So.
Okay, was they? You seen some Hebrews when you got there?
Like I said, they be downtown. But
No, I'm
like,
talking about in 1999 or whatever you said.
Yeah, but like I said, like I didn't pay. Like I said, I'm telling you, they be downtown Atlanta.
Okay.
So yeah, you see them a little section down there if you go by there, but you ain't gonna pay them no mind. Like fuck, that ain't your shit. Like that's just weird. You keep it moving.
Yeah.
Not gonna pay no attention. They ain't like in the hood, just everywhere, just in your face. Where you're like, yo, who is these niggas?
Yeah, the
Nah, they're
internet
just in a
was
little
like the
section
gift and the
downtown
curse.
Atlanta.
You know, we learned a lot, but some people kind of like diverted off to other pseudoisms, as y'all would call it. You know
y'all ever heard of Jerry Lewis Bay?
Nah.
Yeah, he started the Moore shit in St. Louis, but he at the same time nigga was like a drug lord, like a kingpin at the same time with the Moore shit in the Midwest.
Where he came from, New York?
No, he was in St. Louis, Missouri. Nigga was a heroin kingpin.
Yo, about 2015, that's about when I got into something that record. That nigga would just like he would pop up on a Facebook feed. The videos you'd be scrolling, and he had a little Jesus comparison type shit. You know what I mean? So the fact that he was banging on religion and shit, you know what I'm saying, and see other people doing, I was like, yo. And that's how I kind of got linked up with Hanetta. And then I started seeing the Moors and shit. And I'm like, and I just thought it was like, you know, the smaller individual. I ain't know there was groups and all the types of shit. And then nigga be like, he be on 125th. So I'm thinking like, okay. And then one time nigga was walking around and it's like, yo, all them niggas be on that one strip. I'm like, nigga, you know what I'm saying? I thought these were different niggas from whole different, like all the niggas would be on that one little street, like Sunday to Walk, and that nigga passed like 9 different groups and shit. I'm like, shit's crazy.
Yeah.
I had no idea, bro. I had no idea. That be like that.
Yeah, the Hebrews be around the corner, and then you have some comedic guys around. But you know, all that starts from like the Garvey, and you know them standing on the soapbox and you know trying to do their thing from back in the day.
Nigga in the South, you ain't seen no shit like that, bro. Like I wouldn't.
Typical Saturday.
Straight Christianity. It wasn't even no Muslims unless you went to like Charleston White say like unless you went to jail. That was the only way you were gonna find out about the Islamic history or whatever religion. But most people down here in the South, we straight Christian.
Yeah, in the Bible Belt.
Straight Christian, right.
And without the internet bridging the gap, it's like 2 different goddamn planets. You know what I'm saying?
You know, when you look back on, you know, New York now, you know, after 10 or 15 years of knowing what's going on, and I could say that they the epicenter of confusion. That shit is crazy when you think about it.
That's
crazy.
That's fair.
The epicenter of fucking historical confusion.
That's
like,
that's what I do with a saw Mecca dude be coming here talking that crazy shit.
All the top notch.
Now, you know, no disrespect to nobody from New York, but
no, we said this shit all the time.
That's a fair assessment.
We say it all the time. Even New York niggas be like, yo, look at the pseudo come straight out of New York. Look at all the top notch ones, nigga, straight out of breed them shits, nigga. But you know, you in a fast moving city gang of motherfuckers, you got to come with something different. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like fast, you know, it's fast talking. Hey, man, you got shit.
So what do you see? Y'all see that as like what's that some type of con that they was creating or something? Now you know, now we got in retrospect, we got a chance to look back at this. Do you think these things was created out of some type of way to con the people?
I don't think the Hebrews originally was like that, but I do believe that with York. I do believe that with Noble Drew Ali. I kind of believe that with Clarence 13X too. I kind of believe that with him too.
Right.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I look at that like a legitimate break.
Yeah,
Christianity or whatever.
Because remember, he was a gangster, and a hustler, and everything else. Like Like he wasn't even like he broke away from the Nation of Islam because he didn't want to follow the rules, right? Like he believed in the spirituality, but he didn't want to follow the rules.
I thought it was because too that Farad.
No. 13X was way after Farad. He was
wanting the fact that Farad looked like a damn white man. You know what I'm saying? And
that's what them 5%ers are trying to tell you. No, that he got kicked out.
So you saying 5% history is inaccurate?
He got kicked out. That motherfucker got kicked out the nation for constantly gambling and drinking and smoking. That shit was illegal. And he was selling old newspapers. He was selling old ass newspapers to people, old ass Muhammad Speaks newspapers that was outdated and everything else to people. And people was coming back complaining that they was old papers that he was selling and everything else. He kept getting caught doing that shit. Yeah, he broke a whole bunch of rules and they kicked him out. And then that's when he had his own shit. They ain't had nothing to do with Master Farad being a white boy. That's what he tell you. Yeah.
I never heard that. I heard the other way around. Like, I never heard that version.
Yeah, of course not. You ain't supposed to hear that version.
Yeah, man.
But yeah, it's like all little type of fragmentation between. So let me see. You saying the Nation of Islam fractioned off into the 5%, and what was the other group?
Well, the 5%, yeah, they fractured off from the Nation of Islam. The Nation of Islam's still here, but yeah.
Okay, well, where the hell the Moors come from? They come from Noble Drew Ali. That ain't got no.
The Nation of Islam actually splinters off from the Moors. The Moors started all that shit. If you want to date all that shit back, you gotta go back to Noble Drew Ali.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The chronology I'm saying is Noble Drew Ali, then Master Farad Muhammad, then Elijah Muhammad.
Yeah.
Right. You gotta start Noble Drew Ali, then work your way up.
Right. And then they be wanting us to start our history in the 1900s.
And you be seeing that shit with Noble Drew Ali, like they're saying like he started off at like a circus entertainer and shit.
Oh, you talking about that outfit he had on?
He'd be walking around in Newark. He started off in Newark, New Jersey. He used to be walking around Newark with a cape on and everything else, a crystal ball, and chew bars and chains and stuff, wild ass shit. Yeah, he was crazy, loony. They chased him out of Newark, and he didn't really take off till he got to Chicago.
Yeah, what's the lady name from Hoodlum? Madam St. Clair. She was married to one of them pseudo dudes. They used to call him Black Hitler. He was a Marxist and shit.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of that shit was based on a hustle. You know what I'm saying? You still see it today and shit, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So
I think today is a kind of more a very accurate description of what it was back then. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
So, hey, Chef. So everybody you got on the screen, you saying all that came out of New York?
Right now, I don't know if the nigga Farad.
Well, that's Master Farad right there.
Yeah. Persia or somewhere. I don't know.
That nigga ain't from Persia. That nigga from Oregon. We need to cut it out.
That ain't from Persia, man.
Ain't no damn Persian. He was from Oregon. He was locked up in fucking California for I think what the fuck he get locked up for?
Yeah, he locked up at a diner for beating up a dude with a pistol whipping the motherfucker, right? When he pistol whipping somebody,
yeah. And when he got locked up on his jail intake shit, it says white man. Simple and plain. He was born in Oregon. He was a goddamn white man. On his son's death certificate from the military, they got his mother listed and they got his father listed, and his father and mother is both listed as white people. The fuck?
Yeah, bro. Was his father and mother from?
That's why I be like Chef be coming in with the
They said where his father and mother was from.
Where his father and mother? No, it didn't have that on the on his son's death certificate, nor did they have that on his.
I've always heard. I've heard that his mother was white, and his father was from what was it, Pakistan, I believe it was. And his mother was white.
You don't look
Mediterranean?
You don't look Mediterranean to you, Chef?
No, man. The man name was Ford. Like, so I mean that kills.
Yeah.
Yo, that Middle Eastern shit is to make it sound mystical, like we really don't know who he is. Pretty much know who the guy is, yo. Like, if you grew up in the 90s or whatever, this was before computers was in police cars, right? So you would use aliases, right?
Yeah, you give a nigga fake name.
Yeah, you get a police your fake name, and hopefully, if you got charges or whatever, you can, get out before the fingerprints. You know what I mean? Came back, boom, boom, boom.
Shit was slow as hell back then.
Yeah, because everything was slow. Now imagine the goddamn 20s and 30s, right? If we could get away with that shit in the 90s, imagine how slow that shit was in the 30s. When the man fingerprints, right, and stuff came back, it was the same as the dude Ford. The FBI got the files. There's nothing else.
No, I ain't seen that one. I ain't know about that one.
Yeah.
Like
it's still intriguing because
go ahead.
Because that nigga just mystical. You know what I'm saying? Like we saw a picture of old Ford, the nigga named Ford, with Muhammad Ali's wife. You know what I'm saying? It'd be something that nigga left a journal like, nigga, I was for. You know what I'm saying? Just.
But this is where it gets real tricky at. Now look, in this picture right here, everybody can see it. This is him in the goddamn police precinct, right? And he's talking to the white police officers that's around him, right? And he's telling the white police officers how he made it all up. Why? Because they came and arrested his ass, right? The police in their report said they walked by him in the goddamn apartment building. Why did they walk by him? Because they was seeing a white man. They thought they was coming to lock up a black man, right? They thought he was the fucking landlord. So these white people back then knew that they was looking at another white man. They said they had to separate him from the black people. And once they separated him, that's when he told the truth. But they said when they brought him in, he was ranting like a lunatic. I'm the last prophet of Allah. This, that, and the third. And y'all gonna get my wrath. They said, man, as soon as we separated him from the Negroes, he told us it was all a sham. Boom, boom, boom. And they told him, look, you got a week to leave town and you won't get charged. He took the money and left town. That's what happened. He was a white. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, this was in Detroit, and you should tell them why they went. We were looking for him to arrest them. Is because of the whole Voodoo House incident.
Yeah, it was they had sacrificed somebody. One of the members, Harold something, had sacrificed another member in his living room. These motherfuckers, sacrificed the nigga in his living room.
Yeah, man, tell me that's not Katazar reading that book, going over the 12 tribes show.
Definitely look like Katazar.
Yeah, that's part. I mean, I don't understand how we get tricked. And see, that's the shit I be talking about, like right now. Like we don't even use what people are demonized as lookership to say who is us. So you have people like that lady that was in the NAACP that was a pure white woman talking about she was black and we couldn't even tell her, no, you not. Rachel, what was her name?
Rachel Dolezal.
Yeah. She looked like a pure European because she braided her hair up and told her she was black. Her daddy was black or something. We just went with it. But we should have been like, nah, you a European. Even if your daddy is black, that's what side you fell on.
She was trying to do good for black people, so I mean,
don't be making excuses, Jeff. That ain't no good.
I mean, she was trying to do good. At least she wasn't trying to fuck us over.
Was she getting paid?
Yeah, she was getting paid.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just like the whole bunch of these other people that keep scamming us.
Listen, she was getting paid by the NAACP. She was having sex with black men. I mean, listen. If she goes through that extent to say that she black, if she take black dick, fine. That she got to take that dick. Why is we getting offended by it? You think this? I don't care. I'm talking about this motherfucker, right? This is the biggest embarrassment for me as a black man that I've encountered in my 40 years, right? And the reason why is growing up, the Nation of Islam was big, right? For me and for the black community, right? They was the only ones in our community that looked at like, you know, strong black men, and they was pro-black, right? And when I found out that the nigga that started the Nation of Islam was a white man, I thought something, I started believing white people. I said, something is wrong with us. I said, they might be right, we might be fucking slow. You feel me? Like, I really had to sit back and say, yo, maybe white people on to something, yo. Maybe we are slow, yo. Because if this white man started the Nation of Islam and then told black people that the white man is the devil, and the motherfucking black people couldn't see that white motherfucker was also a devil, something wrong with us. Something.
Yeah, that was just what I said, except with a different example. But to be able to be fooled right in your face, I think that's the most embarrassing thing.
And then decade after decade be fooled. Because look, I used to see.
It ain't that they fooled though, because I think like them niggas be like they on the end, like your Elijah Muhammad, your Farrakhan, you feel me?
No, but check this out, so this way it get tricky.
For the money, the other niggas is the suckers.
No, look, I used to see this picture, right? All the time. And looking at that's a white man. He got the whole Hitler haircut. Right?
Yeah.
Listen.
I think
but hold up, you tricked yourself into thinking he was black.
I was looking at a white man and it never registered. So something is wrong with me. Something is wrong. Something I might be. Listen,
thinking he was black.
No, fuck all that. Listen, what I'm saying is, how could I look at these pictures? This picture, right? We have Nation of Islam restaurants here, right? And this shit is up, right? Every black person walking there, we buy food from them, and we look at this white man, and we never even recognize that that's a white man. Something wrong with us. That's what I'm saying.
That's right. It's the same shit with the Jesus up there.
Yeah, you don't even question it, right? The white Jesus is hanging in our churches, and most of us never question it.
Yeah, but that's different right there, though, Chef. That Ferrari.
This is their Jesus.
Right, it's their Jesus.
They didn't even question
Ain't no different. That's their Jesus. Yeah.
But I mean, the whole shit is based on black.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It ain't
that's
like
crazy.
the Bible based on black. This shit is based on the black man. The black.
Hey, yo, why they in the chat saying Phil Valentine white? That's funny as fuck, yo.
That's a possibility.
That is hilarious, yo.
That's a possibility.
Yo, when Chief X first said that, yo, I fell out, yo.
That is a possibility.
And then you think like he could be a white man. He might got a little mix, you know what I'm saying? But probably more European.
Yo,
never know.
I think Phil Valentine might be white man playing with us, yo. Really
like. Oh my God! I hope
that nigga might be a Rachel Matters though.
I hope that.
Remember, what's that guy Rod Newman when he did his DNA?
That nigga thought he was black. It's crazy, man.
Y'all see when he took his DNA test? Y'all should watch that.
Man, fuck Rock Newman. His mother and father told him he was white his whole life. Why the fuck would he walk around thinking he was? That nigga was scamming, yo. Ain't nobody trying that shit.
Listen, when I looked at the shit, right, niggas had to tell me that he was black or thinking he was black. You know what I'm saying? So I'm thinking like, how the fuck would you even convince that you was black, nigga? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like he can't pass.
Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out at what point in his life made him start thinking he was a black man. Look, your mama and your daddy white. You got a white family. They've been telling you've been white your whole life. What, when you started doing your TV show, you started thinking you was black? When did that ever pop in your head? My parents told me my whole life I was black. I got a black family. That shit just don't even make logical sense, yo. Who the fuck don't know what the fuck they is?
I'm white now. He got all the premier interviews by African Americans who never even questioned this shit.
Right.
Something wrong with
he was somebody of Rock Newman, goddamn, sitting down in front of Rock Newman. You know what I mean? And the African American community, shit.
Something wrong. I'm telling you, something might be wrong. White people on to something, yo. I'm telling you, we don't want to admit it.
Yeah,
right?
Fuck these niggas
but
up,
we
bro.
might.
Like,
We
It
might.
was
Yeah.
that. Well, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna go to the culprit. I'm gonna let you get to the culprit of what happened. That one drop rule put everybody in our category. That's what happened, and we accepted it. You see what I'm saying?
It's indoctrination, right?
Yeah, they put that one drop rule, and they discarded. If you got any nigga blood, you ain't us. That's what they did.
They just brushed them off. There's brushed them off as a biracial. Probably he got, one white parent, but he's still black.
Yeah, they didn't give a damn. So that's why I think how we wind up in that type of ideology today.
And also, we had talked about this shit the other day about how when you look back in history, the biracial kids were very, very close. Like they could pass for white. You know what I mean? So if you come out of that time, you've seen some black biracial people that you was like, yo, look strictly European. You know what I mean? So maybe the elder could succumb to that to some degree. Because when you look back at some of the old niggas, you'd be like, niggas, like you can't believe he's in the African American category. You're like, for real? Like, oh shit.
As far as the hair goes, remember you talking about times where people was wearing prosthetics.
More than hair. I'm talking about more than hair.
Like, no, I was just talking about because they mentioned the hair before. No, I was saying earlier that the hair was mentioned about the picture and everything. Remember, it was a time during the process and everything too. So maybe they thought he had a process, like he straightened his hair or whatever. He just did a hell of a good job with it. I'm just, these are things they probably just brushed off or whatever, didn't question too much.
Adam Clayton Powell used to run around Harlem talking about he was black, and niggas accepted that crazy nonsense.
Right.
That was
that's another picture.
Now this picture right here that I have up, they was people was questioning. No, let me rewind it a little bit.
Like the other nigga
that's
with
Farad.
That forehead, he do look like the other nigga as an old man.
Yeah,
who is that?
That's Farad as an older man. Yeah. Right?
Holy shit.
That's Muhammad Ali's ex.
And that's Muhammad Ali's
That's Muhammad Ali's ex-wife with him too, right?
Yeah, she the one who gave this picture up because she was saying that she met him. He was a white man. So it was people that's still alive who actually met this motherfucker and can attest that was a white man.
That nigga like a nigga. He like a nigga from India or something. He like Gandhi or some shit.
Nah.
But you heard what Wesley Muhammad said, right?
What?
He was like, it was known on the inside that Farad was a white man, but he was like, he knew that the nigga mind wasn't ready for this type of information. So
they made up a whole bunch of crazy shit, right? Yeah, they made up a whole bunch of crazy shit.
I think Elijah knew.
No, definitely Elijah knew. Now look, in Harper's Magazine in I think 1960 or something like that, the FBI had put out their findings on the mysterious leader of the Nation of Islam, Wallace Ford, right? Master Fraud Muhammad. Elijah Muhammad said he'll give $100,000. He said that these are nothing but white lies. Again, white lies. The white man and their lies. And he wrote to the Harper's Magazine and said he will pay $100,000 to anybody that can prove that Master Fard is this guy Wallace Ford and that he's white. And guess what? That same month, the nigga wife came forward and said, I can prove he white. give me my $100,000. And she produced their marriage certificate that had his race on it, right? And that marriage certificate went back to his birth certificate, right? And had the same thing on his birth certificate. And she also produced the death certificate of their son that was killed in the Korean War in, I think, the early 1950s. And it had the race of the father on it. So, you know what I mean? Also, she produced his jail record, right? From San Quentin, because he was locked up in San Quentin. She had it all, right? And Elijah Muhammad never gave this lady her $100,000, and she clearly proved that he was a motherfucking white man.
That's a damn.
You can't pay it because if he
hold up, Chef, man, you need to put that's some pseudo killing right there. You need to put that together right there. If you would have put that together with all the documents, that shit would have been a hell of a show. I'm telling you, because that was beautiful how you broke that down. I didn't even know all this.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy, James. Listen,
right?
Crazy.
It is.
It's crazy because it fucked me up so bad, right? When I found out that he was white. And also...
So hold up, you used to be a Muslim?
Yeah, but I was Sunni. But it's just, the Nation of Islam, you watch Malcolm X movie, you get... the Nation of Islam was the shit if you grew up in the 90s. I'm sorry. Like, you know what I mean? Come on, man.
Yo, in the 90s,
They was out here when I was young.
Yeah, that's top notch shit. Like, their reputation was like...
impeccable. Yeah. This is the Nation of Islam. So when I found out, right, that the motherfucker was white, then listening to, they have a goddamn interview with Wallace Muhammad, who was named after this nigga. He's Elijah Muhammad's son. Actually, Sheikh. What the fuck is? I actually went to see him speak before. God damn it. Wallace Muhammad, whatever. Wallace, right? Everybody know him as Wallace.
I know you talking about.
Yeah, the son that took over the Nation of Islam. He's in an interview with Farrakhan before he died. And him and Farrakhan is talking to Indian Muslim from India. Right? Or Pakistan. I think he was from Pakistan. The Pakistani Muslim is interviewing Elijah Muhammad's son, Wallace Muhammad, and Farrakhan, right? And they're both talking about Wallace, and Wallace was talking about how he got put out the Nation of Islam because he said he would never accept what's the man name? Fard, right? As God, because he was a white man. This is Elijah Muhammad's son saying this. He said he met him. Yeah. Exactly. He said, my father, right? My mother would tell me, just accept what your father say, right? Because
then they kick him out.
Yeah, his father kicked him out, right? And he said, you know what I mean? How his mother didn't even believe it, but they just went along with it. You dig what I'm saying? So, I mean, when a family starts saying this, yo, you know what I mean? Then you got to start believing this shit. Like, who the fuck gonna lie on their father, yo? You know what I mean? You try to big up your father, right? He just was telling the truth because he knew Farrakhan and them was gonna keep pumping that bullshit. But he told the truth, and Farrakhan did not.
That's how Farrakhan ended up taking back over the nation and rebranding it.
Exactly. And in that interview, Farrakhan didn't deny nothing that Wallace said. Listen to what Farrakhan said. Farrakhan said some crazy shit about Allah made him appear to be white because he knew the condition that black people was in, and that was the only way we was going to accept some crazy shit. You know what I mean? Some crazy shit. Like, something wrong with us, y'all. I'm going to just say that.
Hey, that's fine. That nigga like, yo, if you believe it, that shit sound perfect. You like, yo.
Yeah.
That's some deep shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, shit, nigga. we wasn't ready. I guess that's why
they made this big ass movement off of a lie.
That pick of Western Muhammad saying, yeah, the nigga mind wasn't ready for it.
I mean, just look at their doctrine. They doctrine crazy as hell. Like it's not even based on the like the Quran for real. Like,
nah, it's his own thing. And it would make sense though why the son would take the movement back to traditional Islam.
Yeah, definitely.
See, no, man, this is some old bullshit.
I think Wallace had went to he went to Al Azhar University in Cairo. So he studied under he ended up studying with Orthodox Muslims when he was in college over there in Egypt. So that's when he realized, my father was tripping. You dig what I'm saying? Ain't none of this shit real. But it paid for his education, right? So, the Nation of Islam, I mean, they was making that money. So, you know what I mean? But yeah, man, this something wrong with us, man.
Yeah.
Something wrong with us, man. Jim Jones, another one, right? I mean, that just shows you.
That's another case.
Yeah.
And then he was openly white.
Exactly.
He wasn't no mistaking him. Yeah. And they still followed him. He started off in Indiana and then worked his way out to Cali.
But what's crazy is Farrakhan and them used to promote Jim Jones.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah.
Nuts. You know what I mean? And
crazy.
The Nation of Islam has some weird connection with the Jehovah's Witness. Also, what's the guy name that started the Jehovah's Witness?
They were saying like they think like, wasn't they saying that they think that's a connection to the Nation of Islam?
Who? Fard?
I gotta pull up the shit on that shit. They were saying something like the person that might have developed that whole Farah shit like that was a Jehovah's Witness.
That's deep because I know they have writings from Elijah Muhammad talking about he was praising the dude who started the Watchtower Society, the dude who started the Jehovah's Witness, right? He spoke very highly of him. It's crazy. You know what I mean? Like, our people just go from one extreme to the next, looking for identity. You know what I mean? Even if
we just switch gods.
Yeah,
we just switch gods.
Exactly. When you look at the if you ever hear the story about how Fard got started, when he left LA after he got out of jail, this was during the Depression, right? So you have to think, when you watch video and you see pictures and documentaries about the Great Depression, you see white people in soup kitchen lines, starving, looking hungry as hell, right? So if white people was looking like that during the Great, can you imagine what black people was going through? They don't even talk about black people during the Great Depression, right? You know what I mean? You just see struggling white people. But if white people were struggling during the Great Depression, could you imagine what was going on for black people? They don't even show those pictures. They don't even talk about it, right? Because now you're talking about human neglect on a whole nother level. If white people was in soup kitchens, right, and on welfare, imagine the black community. But the black community found a way to thrive through the Great Depression. And that's a story, that's a whole nother story unto itself. But when he came to those northern cities in the Midwest, when he left LA, he found refuge in the black community. Why? Because we already knew what it was like to be poor, right? White people was just facing it for the first time. We've been We been knew how to deal with that. We been knew how to borrow a cup of sugar from this neighbor. All right, this neighbor got this. I got this. You know what I mean? We'll put our food together and make a fucking meal, right? We been knew how to do that. So what he would do is he started selling linen, right? And black people found different ways to make money outside of those big factories closing down and the mill, all of that stuff that was going on in the Midwest, up there in Detroit and Chicago where he first had went at, right? When those plants and shit was shutting down because of the financial market collapsing and everything, black people was still making money, you know, scrapping metal, you know what I mean? All of the jobs that white people wouldn't do, right? Black people was already doing the shit, like boom, boom, boom. Even down to our food, right? Black people was already eating mustard grains, shit like that. White people wasn't fucking with no shit like that. They thought that shit was like weeds that you pick up on the side of the road. Black people was already cooking that shit, right? And eating it.
Right, chitlins and shit.
Chitlins and, you know what I mean? Look, I'm going to tell you, chicken wings. Did y'all know that chicken wings and those parts of the chicken used to be scraps? That the slaughterhouses, look, the slaughterhouses used to throw that shit out. And the black people would go get whole buckets of chicken wings and shit because they were scraps, right? Fucking crazy.
So they was throwing away some good pieces of chicken. That's crazy.
Now we know that, but we know it from the Great Depression. Before that shit was fucking scraps. Who eat chicken legs? Not chicken legs. Who eat chicken feet and shit, right? The Caribbean people, when the Caribbean people came up here, merged with the African American community, they showed us how to eat all of that shit, right? So we was down with those scraps, turkey necks and shit like that. Your grandmother tell you to, you know what I mean? White people ain't eat no shit like that. That was scraps. You dig what I'm saying? But anyway, back to Farad Muhammad. Farad would go around the black community, and now he was hungry, right? But he was peddling fabrics, right? So he would go to the black community, and he found a selling point to sell to the blacks. He would go to the women, right? And say, you see this linen? This is like the linen that you used to wear from back where y'all from, your homeland, right? And these people was coming from down south, the Bible Belt, right? So that would intrigue them because they never heard about where they was from, right?
Doing the great migrations and shit.
Exactly.
He was moving from urban areas from the south.
Exactly. So when he would knock on the doors, you know, one of his selling things was these fabrics, these fine silks, these different colors. These are the things that y'all used to wear back in y'all homeland, right? They never heard, what homeland? What are you talking about? Oh no, y'all actually from the east, right? This, that, and the third, right? So what the black people would do, they wanted to hear tell them those stories. So they would invite him in up. Now, they will buy the shit from him with their little quarters and shit that they would save up. So, and they will offer him food because they'd be cooking and shit, right? And it's the Great Depression. This a white man, he hungry. I found a way to get in these black people houses and get some fucking food. So he started to go around to their houses, right? And he would tell them all of these stories about where they was from. And they would invite other friends over, right? They would say, come back tomorrow, right? And tell us, you know what I mean? And they would invite their friends over. And their friends, they would all bring different dishes and stuff. And that's how he started his first storefront of these black people who was actually, man, this is crazy. Like, it was all a fucking scam and a hustle.
And he ran that shit.
And he started off preaching the Bible. He didn't start off preaching the Quran. He sucked them in with the Bible at first for the same reason Chef just mentioned, how they was fresh from the Bible Belt and everything. So they was familiar with the Bible. So that's how he lured them in at first. And then as time went on, he started
you on it. What the hell happened? He muted out. But yeah, Father Divine was a G. I'm gonna say that flat out. Father Divine wasn't like no goddamn Farad Muhammad. Father Divine was a real nigga. You know what I mean? Flat out. And he fed everybody. You know what I mean? He fed everybody. He wasn't taking food from people. He was, giving people food. So, real nigga. All right, what you got on the screen? Let's go.
No, it's a little the little J store shit. I was looking for the more the shit that talks about Jehovah's Witnesses influence on the Nation of Islam, and how some of it is goddamn group is. Some of the motherfuckers it's Jehovah's Witness based. Like some of the prophecy, like the white man coming to end at such a date. You know what I mean? So it's a lot of parallels and shit. This is like a little clip.
Mm-hmm.
So you can see people breaking down the whole shit. You know what I mean? But
right.
They said I was looking at the stuff, it said he was breaking them out of Christianity, and he was telling like to listen to some like Watchtower dude on the radio, like some Russell something.
Dang.
His name again. Yeah. So that's what the doctrine was based at. And it was like he would act like he teach them Islam with an Islamic Bible, but it's in Arabic. You know what I'm saying? So he probably in that running game like a motherfucker. They can't read that shit.
Yeah, that's for
It's
sure.
crazy that he pimped that shit like nigga fuck around and became a goddamn god in the black community. For real.
A white man became a god in the black community.
That's
God in the flesh. That's what he called him.
That is crazy, man.
Hey, so you see how that shit can happen in real time? You know what I'm saying?
Man. Just because we was looking for identity. You know what I mean? Just because we was
people.
But the guy that you showing the Fard Muhammad, that's not the guy in the Malcolm X movie though. That's before him, right?
Yeah, that's before
They
Elijah
didn't show
Muhammad.
him in the Malcolm X movie. Yeah, they didn't even show him in the Malcolm X movie.
Okay. About Elijah.
Yeah, Elijah was a real black man. You know what I mean?
They showed a picture of him though. It was like a picture on the background and shit.
Yeah, but they didn't break down who he was or none of that. Yeah.
Do we find out if Elijah was mixed or was that settled?
Man, that man was a black man. If that's the case, I'm mixed.
None of old pictures be looking. Then he had that weird talk.
Yeah, he definitely was uneducated and had a speech impediment from
Hey, that makes sense, but
the niggas were trained to talk a certain way too.
He was trained to talk like that?
Some of them niggas was trained. They probably did that shit on purpose though.
Nah, I doubt that.
That was a speech impediment.
The other niggas, they do got a certain style. You know what I mean? Like Farrakhan sound just like they got a little cadence, a little rhythm they work with. You know what I'm saying? The Nation of Islam bounce. You know what I mean? Like I mean, like someone got the heavy one. Listen, my brother, what you need to do. You know what I'm saying? They got that certain tone. You know what I'm saying? Wesley got the slow down Farrakhan shit. You know what I mean? Like Farrakhan now got real slow with this shit now. That motherfucker be like, I'm telling you what you need to do. I'm like, God damn, bro.
Yeah, I can't listen to him no more.
You say goddamn 4 sentences.
I used to think Farrakhan was fire.
Hey, Farrakhan was fire.
I lost all respect for him.
In his day, that nigga was shit. Niggas I wasn't even a mother, nigga. I used to get the tapes, nigga.
Yeah.
Once I started digging into Malcolm's real murderers, I lost all respect for Farrakhan.
Yeah, them motherfuckers still denying that shit, man. And it's people that still go along with that nonsense, man. Like, it's crazy.
What's crazy is that they got their whole pro-black, like, buck against the system reputation on Malcolm. But when you look at their shit, that's not what it was about for them. You know what I'm saying? They was like separatists. They wasn't trying to goddamn ruffle no feathers. Yeah, so.
What you mean?
Huh?
They weren't about that life. He was saying like
Yeah,
they
you know,
they
Malcolm.
talked a good game, but they really wasn't. They wasn't busting the grape.
Yeah,
Not at least not with non-black people. They bust black people heads open, but not nobody who's not black. Malcolm even spoke on it.
Yeah. Because you know Malcolm was talking about by any means necessary, and that ain't what they was talking about. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? So that's when you start hearing shit like they couldn't carry guns, and I'm like, what? Like that shit was totally against what my perception of them was, like kind of linking them to some like Black Panther type.
Yeah.
With the religion. You know what I mean?
Malcolm was too political for them. That's one of the knocks they had on. The nation only worries about the nation. That's what they tell them motherfuckers to worry about. It's worry about the nation. That's it. And Malcolm wanted to deal with things outside the nation. He wanted, you know, this during the civil rights movement and everything else. You know, racial tensions are extremely high, and he actually wanted to go out down the south and ride down there with not necessarily with Martin and them and everything else, but he wanted to be like, you know, have some kind of coalition with them or whatever. And the nation was like, nope, cut it off. We only worried about nation business. Let them do what they're doing.
Yeah, that's because Malcolm, you know, his dad was a Garveyite too, though. You know what I'm saying? So he had a different viewpoint anyway.
Yeah. That became problematic for them. Khalid had the same issues with them too. Khalid wanted to work with things outside the nation, and that became a problem.
Yeah, I mean the way Farrakhan talked when he was young, listen to him when he was young is like you'd have thought like some major shit would have done went down. You know what I'm saying? And it's like really they've been like extremely peaceful. Like they talk a lot of fiery stuff, but nothing really happens. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it's been going on for like decades and like
almost a century.
Yeah, I'm doing shit. Farrakhan had like four decade run, some shit, man. From the 90s, 30-year run, 30 plus.
40 plus. He took over in like 80 when they rebranded, or was it late 70s? Like I know it was at least 80. Yeah.
I wonder what they do for Farrakhan when he died. You know what I'm saying? Like they're gonna have to find a way to elevate him to the pantheon. Because even though it started with Elijah, he the one like gave it its resurgence.
Yeah, the nation was dead till Farrakhan rebranded it. It was pretty much dead.
Yeah, so I wonder what they're gonna do. I mean, when that time comes. How old is he now? Like late 80s?
Well, he just stepped down like a couple of weeks ago, didn't he? Didn't he just step down a few weeks ago?
I didn't know that. I didn't know that shit.
Yeah.
Who's up?
They still trying to figure out, I think.
Yo, that shit probably gonna break in about 4 different groups when Farrakhan died.
Yeah, it's about to be ugly. Yeah, it's about to go. That's how it was historically when all these leaders of these groups died. The Moors went into shambles after Kobu Ali died. After Elijah died, it was all these splits and everything going on. And it's gonna be the same thing when Farrakhan died.
Yeah. Cause they don't run no shit like they don't run it with like a hierarchy, so you know who's next up. It's like nigga just in limbo. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Got a nigga living like an emperor, like he goddamn it's eternal or some shit.
The problem is when they get part of these groups, they start following the leaders as if they're, messiahs. So once the messiah is gone, now what? Now you just can't just anoint another messiah, right? Like that usually doesn't work. So you start getting now people got to start looking deeper into just personality worshiping.
And it's funny because I was listening to unbiased shows and there's a split between other people who are Nation of Islam because they're like, nah, Elijah's supposed to be the last one. You know what I'm saying? So they can't rock with Farrakhan because they were saying Elijah's supposed to be the last one, and then we supposed to like go out and spread out information. You know what I'm saying? But it wasn't supposed to be no more Messiah type, no more anybody would rise that high. Yeah, so yeah, it's crazy though.
Yeah, but that's where these coats get stuck right there. Once the leader dies, now what?
Yeah. I'm gonna look into it though, see what happens. Still 99 folks walking. Chef shit. What's good? I'm gonna shut it down. We ain't even dropped the link. I ain't seen ain't nobody jumped on. Hey man, that nigga Mystico back in jail again for rape. Like this nigga Mystico turned out to be a real deal rapist, bro. And nigga just got locked up for like first degree rape. That's crazy. Went to jail and just beat a rape charge, which is even crazy.
Talking about Mystical?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He was a real deal rapist, man. And Mystical used to be my dude back in the day, man. When he had that little peak and shit, Mystical was snapping.
Yeah, like early 2000,
Yeah.
late 90s.
Should have known it was some truth to it, because like you didn't really see him around P at all. You know what I'm saying? Like they just kept this distance from him. Like
Yeah, I saw him interviewed on Vlad TV talking about. So I thought the way he was talking, I thought, okay, maybe he did get set up on that, but now he got arrested again. I'm like, oh,
I
shoot.
know, yeah. I thought the same thing too. Then he got caught for rape. Then he beat it. I'm like, okay, cool, man. It was a lie again. And now you're in first degree rape again. Like, okay, nah. Like,
right.
That's too
That's
much.
exactly right. I'm like, all right, that keeps on happening. Something's up.
It's not like it's coming up years later. Like he's getting caught in real time. You know what I'm saying? Like shit. Yeah. So this will be the last time we see Mystical when he get locked up for this one, bro. It's over with. Hey Chef, where you at? Chef the host, the only one I can in the show. Hey, y'all in the chat, man. If you subscribe, hit the like button. We got 63 likes. Peace Hutch, ex-architect in the building. I don't know what's going on with the Polite case. I think it is sent back away for the next court date. But ain't nobody speak on it yet. Peace, Mike Shabazz, Posterior Thought. The truth set you free. Paragon, peace. Tuck my eye, peace. Yeah, Chef, where you at, man? Chef from L. I'll try to hang around a little bit. See if he pull up. Yes, y'all just be rocking out in the chat. Chef, I hit a feedback. Yeah, no sense. I'm finna dip out. I'm gonna let the
I hear you. I gotta go.
Out.
I gotta go run to the airport too. So I only have like a few minutes left myself.
For sure, man. Peace, everybody, man.
All right, man.
Yeah. Y'all thought I was gone. So then shut the shit down and left and ain't tell me nothing. That's crazy. I ran upstairs to do some things. You dig what I'm saying? Yeah. But I can see y'all already gone. They done shut it down, Mr. Metro. That's crazy. And my James voice. That's crazy. Yo, let me see. Hold on. But I want to do this. I want to do this before I go. I'm going to have to get 2 sets of headphones. That's what I'm going to do. All right, I'm going to use 2 sets of headphones. All right, I'm going to take care of that problem. Man, look, y'all need to download this motherfucking link right here. If y'all don't do nothing else, download that goddamn Discord link because we going in. Alright? But anywho's. I'm tired. That's crazy. They left me. Let me see. Khalil just joined the server. That's what's up. Yeah. Posterius Doubt just joined. That's what I'm talking about, man. Look. I'm trying to tell y'all. Boom. As soon as y'all come in, I'm going to give y'all some love. Boom. Boom. And look, if y'all go down, since y'all just joined, if y'all go down to Chef's Clubhouse, right? You can chat with me. You can, I ain't put no books in my library yet, but when CK get back in here, she gonna tell me how I can download my books, and y'all will be able to download the books that I put on here. Y'all will be able to download them right to y'all phones, read them when y'all want. You feel me? We could chop it up about the information. You know what I mean? The way I get to my information, y'all can see how I, process my information. Boom, boom, boom. We can all chop it up right there. I do quick study. Boom, boom, boom. Get to the information I need real quick, right? And I do live shows. You know what I mean? I try to come in the Discord and do a live show every day, right? While everybody is at work. I start a show, everybody can join it. You know what I mean? It's in Chef's Clubhouse. Everybody can join it. We can just be in there talking shit. Beefing, doing whatever. You dig what I'm saying? Getting to the information. There's no topic that's off limits in Chef's Clubhouse. So when you join the server, you know what I mean, go down there, check out Chef's Clubhouse, because that's where we're going to be hanging at. Boom. All right, so we out of here. I think it was a good show overall.
Heat Rock 410. What it is though. Take y'all on a journey. Notorious is glorious, victorious. Yeah, yo. I ain't asking for a friend, I need to know myself. And if you never ask, how would you know yourself? It's crazy how your parents know you more than you know yourself. Growth is good, it's important just to know your wealth. Don't let them take advantage like niggas who speak Spanish.
And they don't speak a lick of it, the game will make you sick of it.
Street money is cool till you get sick of it. And all that bullshit that come along with it. Make sure you stay on your square and keep a strong pivot. Cause them cruddy buddies, they'll do you ugly. And why every female favorite question is, do you love me? And if you knew better, baby, you would do better.
Chef Clubhouse right here, y'all.
You would show better. Most men want a housewife, but me, I love a go-getter. Your ex pussy wet, but that new pussy be so wetter. No lies detected, just get high and accept it. Go ahead, talk.
Come right here in Chef's Clubhouse.
Come on, Doug, why you being like that? Man, let's keep it a stack. Why you say it if you ain't mean it like that? And when you say him, you ain't give him no rap.
And we already be in here chopping it up a little bit, you feel me?
Right back. Stop bluffing, shorty, keep it a stack. Once you start something, can't just leave it like that. Finish the job, homie, keep it a stack. When I was coke dealing, the rules was no squealing, no stealing from your mans and no feelings. For these hoes, that's just gonna mess up the guap. 10 toes down whenever you on your block, or even when you ain't. Don't know them from a can of paint. Just be loyal and trustworthy. You ain't gotta be a saint. A lot of y'all be geeking, backstabbing and sneaking. Nose clean during the week, but they dabble on weekends. Oh nigga, I be peeping. Your niggas might be sleeping, but I was trained to tread water in the deep end. Jellyfish sting, but them sharks.
That's how we look on the Discord. You can come in, kick it with me in the Discord all the time. Cause one of your homies did it. Over a kilogram, then spin you like a ceiling fan.
Talk to him, y'all ain't beefing like that. Come on, Doug, why you being like that? Let's keep it a stack. Why you say it if you ain't mean it like that? And when you see him, you ain't give him no rap. But let's keep it a stack. You ain't gotta tell me you gon' be right back. Stop bluffing, shorty, keep it a stack. And once you start something, can't just leave it like that. Finish the job, homie, keep it a stack. While I'm still rapping at 40.
Well, let's chat about it.
First of all, my life's amazing.
Let's see that about it.
Wife is blazing.
And wife savings. My ice glazing.
Yo, FSO, in the best that flow. Bars, storytelling, visuals, cadence and concepts, content, impact. Yeah, the boxes is all checked.
I just need that one song.
Yeah, that one song.
Then I can crush the earth with just one palm.
Never anxious, look
in my eyes, I'm dumb calm. Or let you heat for it. We're gonna have to let that heater spray.
Lose yourself. Might even have to put that weed away. Now that's a lotto. That's my medication. Gotta stay high, yo. Till a nigga die, yo. Album out now. Hit the link in my bio.
Go ahead.
Talk to him. You ain't beefing like that. Come on, Doug. Why you being like that? Now let's keep it a stack. Why you say it if you ain't mean it like that? And when you say him, you ain't give him no rap. Now let's keep it a stack. You ain't gotta tell me you gonna be right back. Stop bluffing, shorty, keep it a stack. Once you start something, can't just leave it like that. Finish the job, homie, keep it a stack.
Keep it a stack. Yeah, y'all. Yeah. We did it again. Another show is in the books. It's been a good one. But now it's time to say goodbye to all my Negro friends. We love y'all. Good night.